is starting to slow. May the water be safe as I dive in. Bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe as we fall. Welcome to a world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to a war we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so
Hey, buddy, come here. You look like a discerning consumer. A real League of Legends aficionado. Bet you watch all the major regions, huh? Love that LPL, that LEC. Might even watch NA. I don't kink shame, man. But let me tell you, you are missing out on some primo action. What action, I hear you ask? The VCS. I got all sorts of things from the VCS for you to have a gander at, my good man. We still got 3 teams left in the league, and we might have got cheated out of Worlds, but EVOS, Flash, and GAM are all here ready to go, ready to give some rip-snorting games. Let me tell you, you watch that LCK, the LCS, boring. Spam the resident sleepers. Right, chat? You sit there going, somebody hit someone, come on! The whole game. And then eventually, the Nexus explodes. Not what you want out of League. No, sirree. Look at this. GAM. I can get you a good deal. And let me tell you, they know how to keep it interesting. 1.06 combined kills per minute. It's a bloodbath. Rift is basically red when these lads take the field. And yeah, you whine about Biestas. You say all the teams suck, but you keep watching anyway. But let me tell you, Flash, they know how to go. Still a lot of kills. It's the VCS after all. But they got macro, they got strats, and of course, they've got the championship belt. That bot lane can get you a good deal on Slater, you know. I like you. I can even get you a discount. And then there's the Tigers. EVOS. They gotta get through GAM. And man, that ain't gonna be easy. But the big man in top lane, 𝗂𝗏. You know, LPL wanted him. But he said, no. I gotta stay here and teach these kids how to play. Solo pushing all the way down his lane, dodging every attempt to stop him. Mostly. So come on, man. What are you waiting for? I gotta offload this stuff as soon as possible. And look, I don't normally do this, but I can get you a deal. I'll let you take what I got for the low price of tuning in to twitch.tv/VCS English throughout this week.
Welcome everyone to the lower bracket final of the VCS Summer Playoffs. Tonight we are here to bear witness to the face-off between GAM and EVOS Esports to see who will be joining Team Flash in the grand finals. Will the EVOS organization make their first finals since spring 2018, or will it be GAM getting their chance at revenge for the last week's semi-final? I'm your host, David Vinnie Moss, and joining me on the desk are Lucas Krincy and Alex Nymaera Hapgood. And though I say it's evening, it's about mid-morning for you guys. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm tired. You know, I got up early for this stuff, but it's totally worth it. Great to be back.
Oh yeah, same actually. I'm glad to be back here on the analyst desk. Haven't had a very good vacation last week, but I'm glad to be back. And yeah, we are looking into a very interesting series here, because the upper bracket, we all know what happened, and let's get right into that.
Yeah, and before we go any further, have to address the unfortunate elephant in the room. The VCS won't be attending Worlds 2020 in Shanghai because of concerns they can't get back home to Vietnam if they go to the event due to the current pandemic. However, the still important prize of bragging rights are on the line, as well as the chance to get that championship. So I expect both teams will still be giving it their all, despite the World's shenanigans or lack thereof. So, but with that in mind, moving on to the matchup itself, we have to discuss. There's a lot on the line here. Levi and 𝗂𝗏 both have been in every finals for each split they've participated in. One of them has to end that streak today.
That is huge, actually. I hadn't quite wrapped my head around that. Thinking about it, there's a lot of history there, and yeah, no, not having worlds, it sucks. It's crushing. Don't get me wrong. It's going to be something very. It does taint this playoff series, but that doesn't mean there's nothing to play for. In some ways, it just increases the value of this split now. Because this is the last chance to show what you're made of, the last chance to give that series that everyone wants to watch to the viewers, and I sure hope they do, because VCS at its best is very, very entertaining.
Yes, that it is. And of course, we have players on both teams who have played for the other organizations. 𝗳𝗏, of course, was on GAM last year, and 𝗬𝗏 was also on EVS last year, playing alongside 𝗀𝗏 and 𝗳𝗏𝗀𝗃 and 𝗏𝗏, who may or may not make an appearance. It's not very likely, but so there is crossover. There is crossover amongst these teams.
Yeah, maybe if you reach like 2-0 and you've crushed the one team 2 times in a row, maybe you just sub someone in to give them that VCS playoffs experience. You know, just give them a good game.
Yes, and of course that this team, this EVOS squad, last split, without 𝗳𝗏, of course, made it to 3rd place. That's the highest these players have reached. Whereas, as we said, 𝗳𝗏, he's reaching for that 1st place. Everyone on GAM also reaching for their 1st place again. Everyone except, I guess, 𝗬𝗎𝗏 has been to Worlds. So they want to get there. They want to get there again. Well, they can't get to Worlds, but they want that 1st place again. But, so I guess we've discussed what's on the line. There's a lot of history between these teams. But who's going to win? And we have to look at the current form. Krincy, do you want to take us through how GAM looked against their match in Flash?
Let's start right off there. They had the 2-0 up lead in the upper bracket match against Flash. It looked like it would be a quick and swift 3-0 there, but then they kind of lost the head a little bit. Got front out in the last game as well of the reverse sweep. And now that's the question. Was it just a little whoopsie, or did they actually have a mental breakdown or something of that sort and cannot recover and are tilted to this day? And this is what we'll see today. Maybe or maybe not. We'll see. But GAM on their A game, I think, are certainly the team that is the favorite coming into the series.
Yeah, and meanwhile, on the other side, EVOS coming off hot with their win against Team Secret. Big show up from certain players. TH, he's got those diamonds on drip because he made a splash on that Akali.
Yeah, and he is the top laner in the mid lane. His champion pool we have some issues with. He does play mostly champions that could be played in top lane, just in that different role. It seems like EVOS have reached this playoffs buff. They've managed to get to this point where a lot of their players are stepping up and above and beyond where we'd expect them to be in the regular split. And we were talking about GAM, maybe they just mental boomed. Maybe they're not in the right place. If there is a team to do that by just playing plain crazy, it's probably EVOS. These guys make games highly unpredictable, so I'm looking for EVOS to turn that up to 9, turn it up to whatever number they can reach, and hopefully upset the series.
Yeah, and I do want to touch on that champion pool thing with TH, but also across on the side of GAM. Their drafts have looked a little bit inflexible last week. Going back time and again to the Bard for Slay, and of course, as always, Renekton. Do we see issues there, or?
There's something I don't know what the root cause of that is. I think one of the things is that obviously Slayer's gone to Pantheon a lot. Pantheon has been such a VCS standard, but now people are first picking it or taking it away, and not having that that bot lane on rails, knowing that you're always going to have this support, maybe have made things a little bit less consistent in the drafting phase for GAM. I'm not sure what your take on that, Krincy, is.
I kind of agree with that, but the Pantheon is a little bit out of favor, I could say. It's a little bit there. And it's a bit of a risky pick. They had success with it before, but right now it's actually not the hottest pick in the meta. So maybe that's the issue there, not the comfort of Slay. So maybe he just likes the Bard more. Bard is one of the strongest supports in lane, I dare say. And maybe it's just them considering that they got a pick there, and they maybe could fall back to the Pantheon if they are pressured by EVOS in the series. Seeing how it goes, maybe if EVOS takes a game or two, they could fall back onto it for another game.
And well, both these teams, and also as we've said, these teams do like to play crazy, EVOS in particular. But GAM, of course, strong in the early game. Isn't that right, Krincy? Just run us through how good these guys are early.
You need kind of new words to even describe how good the early game is. They are definitely the best early game team in the VCS, I would say. Like their goal differential at 50 minutes is like plus 1.4k. They are the second best early game team in playoffs, despite their schedule. They have played the upper bracket so far against Flash and their series before that. I don't quite remember what that was. Their Dragon Raid is really good. They are second in the regular split with 55% and 62% later on. And yeah, EVOS on the other end, though, they kind of stepped up so far, I dare say. So they are, with GAM being the second best team, early game team in the playoffs. On stats alone, they are the best, actually, which could, of course, be because they played easier opponents. But that is yet to be seen in this series because, now they face each other. And let's see who's going to come on top in the early game because both teams certainly look to do some damage there.
Sure, but if you're going to compare EVOS's early game to GAM's, we've got to put out that disclaimer that EVOS do it in a very different way to GAM because they coin flip everything. They go to Heralds, they go to Dragons when they don't necessarily have a winning fight. And sometimes they still take that fight and somehow win because they're really good players. But it doesn't seem like it's always as an assured early game victory as someone like GAM. So today, actually, a lot of things hinge about can EVOS manage, get themselves a weighted die, not just the die which is like that natural 20 with 16 ones on various sides according to every day.
But across those, so you were saying this is how EVOS does win. They've gone for that coin flip. Is that necessarily the case? They have a much better vision score in comparison to GAM, so they're clearly putting down walls. They're trying to deny the opponent's vision. With that in mind, of course, how do they win? How do they beat GAM?
Okay, so how does EVOS beat GAM? I think it is by giving a good top lane matchup to Zeros. This guy has been stepping up much like the rest of his team. This guy's been going back to actual carries. He's been going to Camille, to Quinn, to a lot of stuff which can change the flavor of their team comp and give his team some that X factor to play around, which maybe they didn't have beforehand. I also think that B in support has been playing out of his mind, and he's been doing it on stuff which you don't necessarily attribute to the VCS's region. Stuff like Braum. It's not the hyper-aggressive Leona, Pantheon, Bard on the bot lane, but he's been making these picks so valuable, and he's been getting, and of course you were talking about the vision score, a lot of that does come from this guy too, and that's not without mentioning, of course, 𝗀 and TH being very solid now. They've been winning their matchups throughout most of the playoffs. 𝗀, I know that is one of Yulwei's favorite players in the VCS, and he took down the likes of DNK from Team Secret, and he's one of my favorite junglers in the VCS. This guy has absolutely proved his worth, so a lot of different people to keep eyes on today.
We might have to speed things up a smidgen, but Krincy, talk us through GAM. How do they win? How do they lose? Get us going.
GAM has like one certain weakness, and that is kind of the elephant in the room in this regard. It's 𝗎𝗎love. It's a bit of a meme that they use him as a bait, like in team fights. So every cooldown is blown on him, and then the solo laners just roll over and take the team fight on the other side of the side there. And the thing is, they need to cover up for 𝗎𝗎love. He shouldn't be the sole damage threat, which he has been in one of the regular season games where GAM lost to EVOS, actually. They went like Lee Karma, on, and 𝗎𝗎love on Ashe. That didn't turn out too well. So they need to have a damage threat in the solo lane, certainly, and actually use the solo lane difference and topside difference because they have the strongest topside in the league. And they should use that to accelerate the game and cover up for the weakness in the bot lane. And then it should be a good series for them.
All right, so we'll go on quickly to our predictions because we might not get a chance to otherwise. So pretty much GAM across the board, I believe. Everyone's pretty content with the idea that we're going to get that rematch in the finals.
I just don't trust EVOS to manage their odds. I think that GAM are much better in the early game than 𝗃𝗏𝗀 right now. We talked about, okay, they've got really good stats and we can compare the two of them, but I just don't trust 𝗃𝗏𝗀 quite yet, whereas GAM, I don't think they're down and out.
And Krincy, you think it's going to be pretty confidently in GAM's favor?
I mean, I said 3-0, but the confidence is kind of here and there, to say the least. I think GAM is just a better version of 𝗃𝗏𝗀, to say that. And I think this is what kind of makes it 3-0 for them. There is a chance that just 𝗀 pops off in one game and they absolutely nail it down and don't focus 𝗃𝗏𝗀 too much, but absolutely bully him in the early game and snowball from there. But I think it won't happen this time. I think GAM is well prepared enough to not have this happen and take it home 3-0 here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a little bit closer because we saw perhaps the strategy was figured out by Flash. You just ban those 3 champions, Lucian, Tristana, and Ashe, and maybe GAM doesn't stand up quite as good. 𝗃𝗏𝗀 might become that bit of a liability. But that's just me sort of thinking 𝗃𝗏𝗀. Look, 𝗃𝗏𝗀 has been very good to me so far this playoffs. I'm giving them that little bit of
Bit of a boost.
you know, give them a bit of faith.
Yeah.
But not too much faith.
Yeah. I do know that there's been like this evolving thing about, well, how teams are playing around Caitlyn. That could be a big thing this series too. I'm not sure GAM are a great Caitlyn team, so maybe we see that trip them up.
Yeah, well, 𝗃𝗏𝗀 has been banning on blue side, I believe. Krincy.
I want to touch on that GAM might being figured out point a little bit. I think that might be the case to some extent for Team Flash, but I seriously doubt that 𝗃𝗏𝗀, while knowing what they have to do, is able to actually bring that onto Summoner Swift and be able to capitalize on the things they saw in the series in the upper bracket. So I don't really see how 𝗃𝗏𝗀 is good enough to take 3 games here, and I don't really see them taking a single one, to be fair.
All right, well, what we have the chance, we should quickly, of course, touch on these matchups. Probably, especially the top lane. We all know it. It's 𝗃𝗏𝗀 versus 𝗃𝗏𝗀, the 2 top laners from GAM last year. Though 𝗃𝗏𝗀 was, of course, parading about in the mid lane, much like TH is doing on 𝗃𝗏𝗀 currently. But 𝗃𝗏𝗀, he's the Demon King of Vietnam. Big favorite, like one of the best players Vietnam's ever produced. Take me through him, Nymaera. What do we hope to see out of this guy? Why is he so good?
Yeah, and 𝗃𝗏𝗀, this guy just finds ways to impact games that other top laners fail to do. He has weird champion pools. He's very aggressive about how he plays. He also links up with 𝗀 really well on his team, who's also one of the premier junglers in the VCS. So if there is a top side that could upset GAM, good chance it's 𝗃𝗏𝗀. In fact, and we were talking about in their matchup versus Secret, hey, Coded's pretty good. DNK's pretty good. It didn't work out that way. It was a 3-0. It was a clean 3-0. It was a stomp. And a lot of that was because this guy, 𝗃𝗏𝗀, was beating the likes of Coded in lane. Coded, the most improved player in the VCS, voted by the VCS English Discord community, amongst other things. So I think that on current form and on a lot of the storylines coming in, there is some hope for 𝗃𝗏𝗀 in that top side.
And meanwhile, Krincy, take us through Yulwei's MVP, and I think most of the broadcast team's MVP, 𝗃𝗏𝗀.
Yeah, 𝗃𝗏𝗀, great player. We all know him. We all know he's Renekton mostly. He is also probably able to do some damage to a counter pick that 𝗃𝗏𝗀 might work out here against the Renekton. We know 𝗃𝗏𝗀 plays Quinn, Renekton, Quinn, Lucian, Cannon, Gnar, all the stuff that Renekton doesn't like. But Renekton certainly is, especially 𝗃𝗏𝗀 as Renekton, is able to even swing those counter matchups. But he's not a Renekton one trick at all. He can also play Volibear, which is a bit of a meme in the VCS scene. We know that. But also Jace, Ornn, Jax, Wukong, all the carry top laners
make
are
Renekton look
playable.
like a viable blue 1 pick.
Yeah, exactly. That's a scary thing there. And yeah, that's also one of the reasons we have him as MVP candidate. And I'm certainly hoping to see at least one time that the Renekton will be unbanned here.
Yeah, I will have to cut you off there because we are into draft. I don't know what happened there. But there's the Renekton. As you said, it's been banned against 𝗀𝗏, which means either Ashe or Lucian will be open, and 𝗀𝗏's on blue side, so they get their first pick. Meanwhile, TH not getting that Akali. We hyped it up, but unfortunately, it is not to be the case.
Right, okay, so it's a couple of really important blue side bans here. I like Camille because banning Camille stops the first round. Camille Galio, that's a really important combo. Or something like Noxo. You know, there's a lot of things which can combo up with that, but I think it's a good blue side ban. Caitlyn, though, banned on blue side. We were talking about, hey, 𝗀𝗏, I don't really think they're a great Caitlyn team. Apparently they don't think so either. They're not going to first pick it.
And that Ashe is open, but they are going to instead get Levi, the Nidalee, take it away from 𝗁 as well. But Ashe is a big pick for 𝗀𝗏. Krincy?
I don't know what they are trying to do there with the AD carries. Like, Ashe should probably be the next pick on the list, kind of, with Lucian and Caitlyn banned away. And maybe they want to trade like Ashe Ezreal or something, or Ashe Kalista, also possible there. But Nidalee first pick actually surprises me, because maybe you would prefer the Graves or play towards a different side of the map. And
so
I'm
I
not
know
quite
that,
convinced.
I mean, 𝗁 had a storming game on the Nidalee versus Secret, and well, I think he had multiple Nidalee games, but he's been playing Nidalee for a long time. This guy's played Nidalee when Nidalee was really bad. He keeps so it's a good takeaway. But you know, we're talking about, hey, so Slay maybe not doing so well on the Bard. Well, he does get his Pantheon, and they get the Ashe alongside it. That is probably the most comfortable bot lane that 𝗀𝗏 could have hoped for.
Yeah, and you have to somewhat question EVOS's picks there. Of course, yes, they have lots of flexibility within those two picks, but maybe taking something comfortable away might have been more impactful. But we see the Gragas lock in as that answer, giving them that AP threat from the jungle, with potentially the full topside locked in. Nymaera, how do you like EVOS's draft so far?
Okay, so put it this way. It's, I love Mythbusters as a show, and I was talking about this when I was doing some stuff with some VOD yesterday. You have this thought process of replicate the results and replicate the situation. Would I have picked what EVOS would have done in this situation? No, but if I follow the thought process, I understand why they picked the Jace. It's a takeaway from DO1. This guy has played this pick so much, and having it with the Nidalee, having that mixed out poke combo, I can understand why they want to take that away. They're kind of left with a bit of a jack of all trades draft. They don't have a solid identity right now, whereas 𝗀𝗏 have multiple setup options for the Nidalee and the Ashe Arrow and of course the Pantheon stun. So I'm liking what 𝗀𝗏 are doing, but EVOS, I don't know, they need to try and find themselves some identity here.
And Krincy,
𝗀𝗏's draft kind of a,
so far?
no, it's kind of a perk for us, I would say, for EVOS draft, that they haven't shown their hand yet, because they also haven't shown their hand yet. Kind of, and that might be the idea. What I don't quite like is, like, you have already Gragas and Set, and you might play a little bit with flex picks there, because both could go support, both could go jungle. You could maybe even run them in the solo lanes. On the other hand, 𝗀𝗏, I actually like what they have now. The Pantheon support we addressed it earlier is a bit of a volatile early game pick, but they also absolutely smash early games with Pantheon, and that's why it's probably a good pick there. The Nidalee was very good for 𝗁, which they never rightfully called out earlier.
Oh, don't do it. He's done it.
And they are failures into Ashe.
And Div Kid on Aphelios, he picked it all 3 games against Secret.
Don't get me wrong, I think he's a really good Aphelios player. I just don't necessarily know if it works in this stage in the draft. Could be punished yet.
Yeah, Aphelios is an okay pick, but not here.
𝗀𝗏 might play right into it with more dive.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we talk about it a lot. Aphelios works well when he kind of gets to kite back safely and, you know, make things about cutting backwards. Braum's been banned out. I was about to say, if they get a Braum on their side, realized it was banned by 𝗀𝗏, so they understand that was the possibility. Do they have any more ways to peel for that AD carry? I do like this Bard. Wait, that means that we've got a solo lane Pantheon.
That means it's DO1's Pantheon mid lane, most likely. That said, we saw Cannon mid.
We have done. So, and technically, Pantheon Nidalee is a really good combo. I just don't want to see it.
Okay. The answer will be that Blitzcrank to, you know, bring Cannon into your team even faster. So, very interesting draft on the side of EVOS.
Yeah, that's the word. Okay, Blitzcrank, pretty good versus both Bard and Ashe. If you hook them, they do die. And of course, you've got the 𝗱𝗺𝗇 with the Gravitum to set up for that. This has been known as a good combo right since 𝗱𝗺𝗇's release. And this will be set mid, Jace top. So I think top lane, very much a skill matchup. Exactly what we want to see between these two players. Mid lane, trying to get out of that lane as fast as possible, though.
Krincy?
Yeah, certainly.
take-
And I like the Blitzcrank pick because there are so many squishies on the GAM side. But assuming the Jace falls even a little bit behind, I think 𝗚𝗏𝗏 kind of lacks damage there. They only have like Vargas as their AP threat, and their failures cannot just like doesn't have an easy access to the backline there. And the cannon might just get blown up by the Blitzcrank as well if he doesn't get like stopwatch or Zonas in time. But I think there are so many tools that deal kind of well into their failures, and I really hate this failures pick, to be honest. And that's why I favor GAM in this draft as well.
Okay, so everyone on the desk is thinking GAM has the advantage in the draft. Can't say I disagree. They are all on very comfortable champs for themselves. Well, EVOS might have to work a little bit harder to get the most out of their draft. So just before we go on to the Rift, any final thoughts before we throw over to the casters?
One of our big problems with GAM when their last loss versus Flash was that DO1 was not having the same impact he would do on champions like Sylas or anything like that. Got to see if he's managed to rectify any of those kind of problems by picking up the Pantheon, which can fall off in terms of damage, because he is such an important player to his team.
All right. Krincy, just very quickly.
Yeah, we targeted EVOS very heavily there in the draft, but it is to be said that 𝗀𝗀𝗃 doesn't really scale greatly either. Like, I mean, they have the cannon in the top lane and the Pantheon in the mid lane. That's not like the best outlook there, and the Ashe is a good pick in general there, but she's not really the hyper scaling damage AD carry there. So it's not as one-sided as you might have painted earlier. But I'd still go with 𝗀𝗀𝗃 with this game.
Okay, well, with that, very quickly, over to Everyday and Yulwei. Take it away, boys.
Welcome, 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 everybody. This is your captain speaking. We are heading on to the Rift. It's me, Everyday.
That again.
With me... Hey, I didn't do the voice this time. We were just talking about airplane before we went. So, welcome everybody to Summoner's Rift. It's EVOS versus 𝗀𝗀𝗃. And Yulwei, what's jumping out at you, I should say, getting into this game?
I think the first thing I want to keep my eyes on is the jungle matchup. We saw a lot of Saw Italy in the last round, whatever it's called. Lower bracket final is today. So lower bracket round 2 or whatever. So he played a lot of Nidalee and he was exceptional on her. He's one of the best Nidalee players. And Nidalee for Levi is actually something he hasn't really shown us too much. 2 games in the regular split. But he much preferred other AP junglers, the 𝗁𝗁𝗏, the Shyvana, of course, even the Gragas. So I want to see how crisp Nidalee for Levi is today. And there's the first gank in mid lane.
Yeah, we get in there thick and fast, but it is just going to be TH flashing away. DO1 used his flash as well. So both mid laners now fairly exposed to ganks as Levi heads over to steal himself a bucket of chicken. So one thing that's jumping out at me is 𝗀𝗃𝗃 is playing Kennen.
Yeah, that too. His very first Kennen game this whole split. So definitely a little bit of change here for 𝗀𝗀𝗃 after losing the last round against Flash. They tried to learn a little more champs or incorporate a few more champs into their team wheelhouse, I guess, because I think 𝗀𝗃𝗃 has played Kennen before, but not for his team this split. He's much more of the bruiser player. So today I think he wanted to go for more ranged champions because he knows that Xerath likes to play ranged champs all the time. So playing Renekton into all the Xerath champs is not that easy. Also banned, of course. So let's see how good 𝗀𝗃𝗃 can be on this champion. This matchup is not easy for Kennen. It's mostly Jace favored, I'd say. Level 6, there might be an opportunity for 𝗀𝗃𝗃 to flash ult together with Levi arriving top lane. But for now, looks like Xerath is controlling the wave, and 𝗀𝗃𝗃 is just trying to collect as much farm as he can.
Yeah, Xerath as well, just scouting out that bush with that accelerated shock blast. Very smart. This might be looking forward a little bit too much, so we won't dwell on this point. 𝗀𝗃𝗃 suddenly picking up Kennen when he's looking at Yoshino next week. Just something to keep an eye on. Very interesting. You know what else we have to keep an eye on? It's Sorn's pathing up to this top lane.
Yeah,
And
Flash
Zeros
E is
cleared the
available. This should be a very easy dive with the wave crashing. 𝗂𝗢 hit level 4 here. Oh,
There's the sweeper.
𝗂𝗢.
He's undetected, but 𝗂𝗢, he's got the Spidey senses.
Nicely done. He knew something was looking very wrong with the Zeros, not going for trades, but instead hard shoving the wave. Maybe a little bit too obvious that the gank was coming. Also, the jungle pathing probably was known to his team because Nidalee got Scuttle in bot side, so they knew that Gragas most likely was top. Nice reaction from 𝗂𝗢, has to burn his TP and is quite far behind in CS already. So even though there was nice display of restraint shown for 𝗂𝗢, they still kind of need to do something about this matchup.
Yeah, they do. Okay, so they do, but do they? And I know that sounds silly. If you look at the champions, they do. If you look at the players, Zeros might run it down.
True. But Zeros is also we saw this in the pre-game on the stat cards. He's the top laner with the highest DPM. So if you play through him, and EVOS likes to play through him all the time, he brings a lot of damage to the table. He dies a lot too. Fair. His KDA, for example, on stuff like Lucian, where he had Flame Horizons in almost every game, quite bad. Only barely above 2. So he dies a lot, but he also pushes a lot of objectives and gets a lot of damage done in teamfights. So leaving him completely unchecked in top lane might be dangerous even for GAM.
It's true. It is true. And of course, GAM relies on the strength of their top side. It's super weird that they ever lose. This is one of the only teams that actually 𝗂𝗢 sometimes doesn't win lane against. I know you wrote an article about how dominant 𝗂𝗢 is, but Zeros is kind of the one player when he is at his ceiling that can kind of make a run at him.
Yeah, these two players played on the same team for a long time, of course, last summer, and then also this spring when Zeros returned from his very unsuccessful stint in the LPL. He didn't even play a game. He tried to get there, but then COVID struck. So very unfortunate situation for Zeros. But he went back to GAM, and they shared their time. And I believe Zeros played the last 2 games in finals. So 𝗂𝗢 still has something to prove here against his former teammate. Okay, this is a very deep TP, and Levi is around.
Oh,
no.
This is a tragedy. Zeros just getting over aggressive. There's the instant slicing Maelstrom. Do they have enough follow-up, or is he fast? But he's not fast enough to get away from Dia1. He had nowhere to go, and 𝗂𝗢 is handed first blood.
I never TP on the wave. You have a turret there. There's almost no upside to TPing on that minion. It's so risky, and Zeros pays the price here. Flash and teleport burned, and they get a good back timing for 𝗂𝗢 too. In the meantime, though, th actually got 2 platings in mid lane, so Dia1 tried to use his first ultimate top, didn't actually participate in the kill, and lost a lot of pressure in mid lane, while EVOS also got the first dragon. So overall, in the grand scheme of things, actually kind of a decent trade for EVOS. They have to save Zeros from dying all the time now, because he has no flash, and Cannon still has his flash, so next ultimate for Cannon should be a very easy kill once again.
What are you doing here? What? Why is he here? I'm confused.
Wait. Well, he doesn't really have to do anything. There's nothing really for him to do in top lane right now. Let's take... Fair enough. So 𝗂𝗢 hit 6 of this minion, and Zeros knows that. He can see 𝗂𝗢 in the wave.
This is just greed. This is just silly. There's
Yeah.
no other word for it. This is silly.
This is just not a great TP. I hate TPs into the wave. It's so risky if you don't know where the jungler is. And yeah, he
And there's
rightfully
no,
got punished for this one.
There's no real benefit. Like, okay,
Yep,
you get
indeed.
some minions moments faster, but you're coming out of the teleport with the home guard anyway. It's lazy. It's just silly. Then he got punished for it.
Indeed. So let's look at the bottom side, and especially in mid lane, because Dia1 against th, the MVP against the auto-filled mid laner, and look who's winning. It's actually th, a level ahead, 2 platings down, and also looking to have permanent push pressure. So Dia1 so far struggling to have an impact. And this matchup is something we saw before, and Set actually does very well into Pantheon in lane, especially once he hits level 6, level 7. We might have the first real clash of this best of 5
We do. We had 𝗚𝗏𝗺's bot lane roaming up first. So they got the jump on the Rift Herald. The Ash Arrow comes in straight into 𝗃𝗍. He can get that big Haymaker shield. 𝗃𝗀𝗢 tried to go in and make the difference, but absolutely nuked out of orbit. It's a double kill for 𝗳𝗂𝗊𝘆𝘀 getting off to a good start. Can he make it a triple? 𝗃𝗀𝗡 managing to get a kill on the other side. They do actually need to clean him up as Slay's going to throw out the binding. What's going on here? But it doesn't matter. They eventually get it right, and it's a 4-for-1, Yulwei.
And that's so much hubris coming in for GAM. They thought they could fight even though they were so disjointed in the engage. So much space between all the players. 𝗃𝗀𝗢 went in when no one was even close. So GAM, most of the time, gets away with these plays because enemy team is a little bit frightened. They might not be as coordinated. But look at this. He was in 5 men strong here in the river. It's only 3 men for GAM.
He didn't go in. He got barreled.
Yep. Fair. I didn't actually see that.
I didn't spot
Very
that
nice
either.
play from 𝗁.
That was really good out of 𝗁. He flash E'd and then party barreled him into the middle of the team.
But GAM still decides to fight here. Look at all the players from GAM, and even 𝗃𝗂𝗫 gets even another kill on 𝗃𝗀𝗢 because 𝗃𝗀𝗢 went way too far forward. So that's 4 kills for only 1, and EVOS now in commanding control of this game. 1k gold lead and the Herald, plus the first Dragon too. GAM needs to find some way back into this game. Looks like EVOS got their number, at least in the early skirmishes.
Yeah, around the first corner, it does look like 𝗃𝗏𝗺 has that inside track, but we'll have to see if they can keep on running, because this is definitely not a sprint, it's a marathon. 𝗃𝗍, he's going to be sweating as he goes down without even haymakering.
Oh, that crit extra damage, but 𝗃𝗀𝗢, what are you doing?
Oh.
No!
Oh dear. 𝗃𝗀𝗢, this is the flaw. This is why he is a chink in GAM's armor.
To be fair, it was Flash Blitz 𝗀𝗀𝗃, but here we go, another clash.
𝗃𝗏𝗺, oh, he's going in. This is so risky. It's a 2v3 at best. He goes through the magical journey. The Bard ult is really trolling there, stopping any follow-up. I don't think they needed that one. 𝗃𝗀𝗡 wants to go in. There's an Ash Arrow as well, and oh no, Yulwei. It's happening again. The GAM magic is flowing as Levi picks up a double kill.
Oh, indeed. It's GAM magic. And it's the 2 teams that liked every single fight they can see. They have never turned around.
Both of these teams have more than 1 combined kill a minute in the playoffs. Both of these teams
and
are
it shows. They really want to fight all the time, all the skirmishes. And this is th not respecting the passive crit damage or extra crit chance from the Pantheon. Nicely done. Flash hook from B.
That hook didn't hit either. You saw it move to the left at the end there.
And a little bit of lollipopping going on there, but GAM recovering from the early very bad fight around Herald, and now back in the gold lead. It's very close though, only 100. You can't really speak of a gold lead, considering there's also a little bit of extra stats from the first Dragon. The game is back to absolutely even. Can Zero stay alive? Flash is available. Nope, he's dead.
He's gone. They're even calling a teleport. I think they're going to immediately regret this one. th on the run. He's a tanky boy though, so they won't be able to dive him. But it's a wasted teleport, and it's looking a bit like stinky Zeros today.
I absolutely love this first game because it shows us all the tendencies for top lane especially. They were so strong in lane, but then also so over-aggressive. Queuing in there with no vision and no information on the enemy jungler was so unnecessary there. Could have just cleared the wave with one range Q or a little bit of a few auto attacks. Instead, he decided to go melee form into the minions, and then nothing could save him. Once again, disrespecting the cannon ultimate. So, looking a little bit, well, he doesn't really look out of sorts because this is how Zeros looks all the time. So it's just a very good showcase.
But Yulwei, look at the bot lane gold. The side of GAM has the lead in mid and jungle, but I think that was a 2.5k lead in the ADC over to 𝗃𝗂𝗫.
Yeah. And it's a 4-0 𝗃𝗂𝗫. He hasn't played anything but Aphelios for a long time now in players, and he's the only one still playing Aphelios. For some reason, he really likes this champion. Late game carry potential, of course, but he's also very good in lane with this champion. A little bit of playative maybe coming into play in bot lane as well. And he's now 4-0, working on his second item. Once it's his second item, especially if it's synced up with Zeros' first item as well, EVOS will be insanely strong in skirmishes and team fights. So let's see what they do till then, because right now the 4-0 lead, it looks good. He has an item advantage, but it's not that big, because it's only one item for him right now. He needs another one to really make it count.
He does. So, it's dead even in gold. but who has the agency to grow a gold lead at the moment?
Well, I think right now EVOS is in a little bit of a stronger position, but I don't think they need to force teamfights right now. Of course, we're talking about EVOS, so it's going to happen sooner or later. They have 2 dragons, so they could play around the dragon snowball. It's only Cloud Soul though, so most of the time EVOS like to go towards top side, towards Baron, once 20 minutes hits. We're still 6 minutes away from that, so right now I would like to see them just slow it down a little bit, try to farm for 𝗳𝗏𝗀𝗃 to get him on 2 on 3 items, and then force teamfights around the top side with a very strong initiation. We already saw 𝗁 excel in teamfights early on with his very nice barrels, so I really like to see that. Not sure if EVOS will slow down the game, because usually they like to do it very fast and very risky as well.
Now, Yulwei, I think we see something you might be quite happy with. Have a look at 𝗳𝗏𝗺's inventory.
Indeed.
There's a blue item there. He's gone the Mana Moon. Do you think this is the game to do it?
Let's first focus on this
Oh,
dive, and then we come back to it.
I don't think this is a dive. I don't think they'll actually go under.
Yeah, fair enough.
Hard
TH
dive
can't really
is
defend
bad.
either. It's just a little bit of a standoff, and no one really will do anything. A little bit of turret damage, but in the end, not amounting to much, and 𝗁 gets some time to catch up. Let's quickly look at 𝗁's level compared to Levi's. Levi 2 levels ahead. 𝗁 should hit 9 of this camp. Yeah, there we go. So 1 level difference in the jungle, which is kind of expected in this matchup, I'd say. Nidalee is actually only 10 CS up, but 3 kills and 4 assists to her name, so gotten a lot of kill participation experience. And 𝗁 needs to keep up in levels, because if he falls behind too far, objectives are going to get risky.
Yeah, that's very true, but at the same time, Gragas, even from behind, can have that massive teamfight impact.
For sure.
Nidalee kind of needs the lead, so I think for now, as long as it kind of stays as is, both teams are kind of happy with the jungle situation. So,
That's fair.
we still have dead even gold your way. Nothing much has happened. We had a absolute 10th gear start, but now it's all slowed down unless these teams want to go at the second Rift Herald. That would be a silly thing to risk a 5v5 over.
Oh, yes. But it's also an excuse to fight. We know both teams like to fight, and sometimes the coaches will come in and say, yeah, you can't just fight about mid lane, around mid lane pressure all the time. So this is a nice proxy, a nice little excuse to start a fight, because there's actually an objective now. It's going to happen. As you can see, GAM is lying in wait.
Oh,
the grab!
Used the blast cone the other way. There's the instant grab. 𝗁 is in so much trouble. He throws out the ult. Will lock up 𝗳𝗏𝗀𝗃 for now. Oh, there it is. Hero 𝗁 playing Secret Service and intercepted the arrow. And this is all EVOS with Nymaera. Oh, he's raging in the middle of the enemy team. 𝗳𝗏𝗀𝗃 is desperately healing, but can't do it, Yulwei. It's a bloodbath, but it's going to be a GAM-flavored bloodbath as they get aced.
Wait, what? It's not GAM favorite if they get
No, I
ace.
said flavored.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Their blood.
And EVOS once again first to the objective. Once again, a nice initiation from B. It seems to be GAM seems to misread all the situations around the big objectives right now. They lost both of the early dragons. They now once again were late to the party. Bad vision control, and then also just wandering into river when they know the enemy team has the Blitzcrank. So I really like EVOS' execution far around the big objectives. And even though it looked for a second like Nymaera could turn it all around, in the end, Cannon's damage is limited. You need some follow-up, and this Ashe is not it. This Pantheon is not it. So EVOS able to out-sustain, outlast the enemy counter-engage, and in the end get another dragon, get the Herald, and are now sitting in the 3k gold lead.
Yeah, and let's have a look at how this one played out. It started off with B.
Very nice burst on 𝗁. 𝗁 dies instantly. 𝗳𝗏𝗀𝗃 kind of caught here, but he has very good weapons to stay alive for a long time. As you can see in his second here, he changes over to red gun and heals for so much. So it looks like he's dead, right? But look at how long he stays alive here. There's so much crucial damage from him still, and then Zero is able to get the finishing touches to get the last shutdown here.
I know people hate 𝗱𝗏𝗺𝗀𝗃, but that was actually really good. He used up the last few bullets of the purple gun, so that when he did that last play where he was going to die, he was firing Infernum during the Red Gun's Q. That was a lot
Indeed.
of AoE damage.
It's actually one of my favorite combinations right now. Red blue is so strong if you have close range team fights, because white gun got nerfed so much. Blue gun is
hang
now
on,
just
Yulwei,
straight
I'm gonna
up.
have to interrupt you as 𝗬𝗢𝗢 is in a lot of trouble. Pops the Maelstrom, but it doesn't do anything. B goes low to the tower, but Slay does him a favor and turns it off. I think it would have killed him.
Slay needs to find different champions. His last few Bard games have been abysmal. And all his ults mistimed. He mistimed this against Herald. I'm not sure if he would try to catch someone there, but he actually turned the turret off, and the last turret shot could have gotten a counter kill. So I would like to see Slay on a different champion next game. He seems to be on a little bit of a bad streak on Bard in the last few, and he has played so much Bard in playoffs. So, I mean, he also landed some very crucial engages later on to win fights in one of the games against Flash. So let's see if he can turn it around. But so far, not a great look for Slay.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit like double agent Bard at the moment. That's definitely not what you want. I'm still kind of surprised he didn't get the Pantheon. I think he's looked so much better on Pantheon than he has on something like Bard. And I know people are going to say, what are you talking about? Support Pantheon, lol. It's a thing in the VCS. They love it. It's top tier.
I don't actually think he has played... he played 6 Pantheon games in regular season, but no Pantheon game in playoffs so far. 6 Bard games in playoffs alone, so...
I know. I want him to go back to the Pantheon. I think he looks much better on it. I think it suits the team style. But he's not on it this game, so there's no point really dwelling on it. Let's have a look at these gold.
Look at that ADC gold.
Oh my word. GAM's getting easy loved. They're getting easy loved this game.
Yeah, and let's look at EasyLove's items, because I really don't like his Blade Rush, or you can't even call it Rush, because even though he built it first item, he just completed it a few minutes ago, so that's far from rushing an item, and he had to wait a long time to actually get that one done. And now he doesn't even have anything. He has a little bit of attack speed, a little bit of on-hit damage, but isn't that valuable against a team with no tanks on the other side. So I would have really liked to see him go for the crit build, for the cooldown reduction build, to at least be able to contribute with a lot of hawk shots, with a lot of ultimates. Because right now, it's a full damage build, and he's so far behind that his damage is maybe half of what 𝗵𝘀𝗀𝗃 can do. The ADC difference is a big problem, and 𝗬𝗢𝗢 and DR1 need to find a way into the backline to deal with 𝗵𝘀𝗀𝗃. So next few team fights, I think our eyes have to be on 𝗁 and TH and how they peel for 𝗵𝘀𝗀𝗃, and on 𝗵𝘀𝗀𝗃 how he positions, how he deals with the enemy dive. Because sometimes 𝗵𝘀𝗀𝗃 likes to overstay his welcome and likes to wander into enemy territory for no reason. So I feel like those 3 players for EVOS are the most important. And on the other side, it's all eyes on Dia and 𝗬𝗢𝗢 and how they can flank and get into the backline to threaten 𝗵𝘀𝗀𝗃.
We're not including Levi? That seems harsh. I think Levi is pretty important. He's a 4-2 Nidalee.
I don't think Nidalee can really find a way onto 𝗵𝘀𝗀𝗃 if he was not trolling. So
now I'm kind of looking at it. He's got the Athenes. He's going a more supportive Nidalee. You are right. It's of course you're right. You're always right.
I think he can contribute as a secondary dive. I don't think he is the one to initiate the dive. I think he can, once the other 2 find their stunts on 𝗵𝘀𝗀𝗃, he might be able to land a spear and then jump in. He has a lot of AP right now. So it's definitely something to look out for too. But I think the onus is on 𝗬𝗢𝗢𝗃 and DR1 to find the fight, to start the fight, and to find the enemy target.
GAM has kind of shown us what the bread and butter of this comp is, though. It's just it's a Bard ult into an Ash Arrow into everyone else going forward, right? That's what they want, and perhaps they can demonstrate it.
Oh no!
He gets easy love! He's got the enemy AD carry. This Blitzcrank is absolutely going wild, but 𝗵𝘀𝗀𝗃's dead. 𝗬𝗢𝗢𝗃 on the other side found him. Are they going to have the damage to clutch this one out? Because EVOS is in a lot of trouble here, Yulwei. They're getting cleaned out. And the GAM magic, I've said it before, I'll say it again. They are warlocks on the Rift as they somehow win this fight, despite their AD carry getting hooked.
And 𝗵𝘀𝗀𝗃 had flash. He was standing right next to the wall. Why not flash the wall to get out of there? Yeah, one trolling a little bit into the Jace with a lot of damage to give up another kill. This could actually prevent the Baron now. Levi straight to Dragon, so at least they stall the Dragon Soul. But they could have gotten Baron after this one if they don't go for the greedy dive. 𝗧𝗏, what are you? Why Q forward?
𝗧𝗏!
He killed himself
What did
again.
he just do?
Yeah, he killed
It's an
himself
Ash,
again.
man. Ash slows you, 𝗧𝗏. Like, I know you're a top laner, but it's like literally the one thing she does. What the hell was that?
So once we go into the replay, keep your eyes on the two ADCs, because this is something GAM plays around all the time. Trading 𝗬𝗎𝗏, who is behind, against the enemy ADC. And 𝗧𝗊𝘅, he's right next to a wall, just flash! This is just a little bit careless from 𝗧𝗊𝘅. He kind of lost eyes for the Bard, and now we're on Baron, out of nowhere. Levi died somewhere.
Yeah, we missed Levi's death in the replay. Potentially.
And this is the EVO special. Very, very aggressive Barons. They like to flip it a lot. Of course, the enemy jungler is down. Baron is golden.
𝗂𝗍 takes the arrow. 𝗧𝗏 has been intercepted on the TP, but manages
Take the
to
Baron,
get
take the
away
Baron.
to that Herald. Just hit the Baron, boys. 𝗬𝗢𝗢, he's got that slicing maelstrom back up, but Baron is secured. GAM can't get close enough. And we don't know how Levi died, but all we know is that he did.
And this is the biggest strength of EVOS in my book. How assertive they are on Baron, how quickly they make the judgment to start Baron, and how well they play around turns and also just securing the Baron. I think they are the best Baron team in the league. So let's look at this again. Levi on vision, and it's just a Blitzcrank. Probably. Maybe not. And there we go. Very good warding from EVOS. Very nicely done. Set up the Blitzcrank for success.
B has been really good. He's got some heat-seeking gloves on.
Yeah, but also praise to the whole EVOS team for the vision control. Probably a big part of that is B as well. They had a lot of wards spotting all the entrances and were aware of Levi's movement there. So V had a lot of time to think about his grab, then landed the grab, and that granted them the big objective here. Can they raise the turret?
Well, we do see the value of that supportive build Nidalee there. The shock blast damage was immediately healed up from Levi, but the siege continues.
And interestingly enough, is a 5-man in mid lane siege, something EVOS doesn't really do too often. Most of the time, they like to send their solo laners into the side lanes to apply a lot of pressure. Oh, what's happening?
Comes out and hits a cannon minion. Slay. Really, dude, get him back on the Pantheon. He needs to get off the Bard. This has been a shocker.
Yeah, and it's a dominant game for EVOS. We did not think EVOS would be the favorite today. But so far, looking like the... Okay, let's ignore that one. Looking like the better team in terms of coordination and communication. Perfect, 𝗏𝗏 𝗏𝘀𝗀 right there. But of course, now with the inhib down, they still have 1 minute on the Baron buff. So this should be another attempt at the bot lane inhib. If they break 2 inhibs with 1 Baron, that bodes so well for the next Baron and should be almost all she wrote for this game.
Yulwei, it's very dangerous of you to say that this game is going to end in any sort of cleanliness. 𝗁, he's caught out. He goes gold. There's a redemption coming down. Should give him a little bit of health, and the team has, of course, arrived. 𝗬𝗊𝘅 wants 𝗬1, just chasing him off. Needs to be a little bit careful. It's still a Pantheon, but absolutely no problem. It's TH traded for that one. So far, pretty worth it. 𝗧𝗏 finds a way in on the side, but the Aphelios ult wasn't there. The Bard ult was. It's now GAM getting the 2v2. Oh, B! He's got the big meaty claws.
Go bot
and
lane.
He pulls Levi in for dinner. You've still got an AD carry. You've still got your jungler. This should be another inhibitor.
They get the inhibitor, even though GAM found a very good last stand. At least it looked like a very good last stand. Very nice engage there. And 𝗁 kind of out of position, too far separated for his team from his team. To be fair, his support also trolled him there with the blast cone. But in the end, EVOS still come out on top. They don't back down after losing 1 member at the start. And slap them with their wallets. We know they have stronger items. We know the ADC has so much more DPS. And even someone like TH can actually contribute a lot in team fights because of his tankiness. So we see them break another inhibitor. Now they are 5k gold ahead, 3 dragons. The next one spawns in a few seconds. So that should be 𝗏𝗏𝗀 on top of that. Baron up in 2 minutes for a top lane push. Should be an easy game to win for EVOS. But we never know. GAM are masters of comebacks.
It's true, GAM are masters of it, but this game so far has been hide your jungler, hide your AD, because they hooking everyone out here. B doesn't miss. This is one of the biggest support diff games I've seen in a really long time. But B is just absolutely smurfing. This is going to be 𝗬𝗺 picked up. Not amazing. It's actually really good for 𝗱𝗺𝗺. It makes him very slippery in fights. But overall, it's a 𝗬𝗺, but it's still nice to secure.
Oh, for sure. Also opens up the win condition of the Elder Dragon later on. With all the control, Elder Dragon should be very easy to secure. I want to actually look back very far. Maybe you have a little bit of time, because I want to cast your mind back to the spring playoffs, where EVOS came out of nowhere, 4th place in regular season, and suddenly looked like one of the strongest teams all around bot lane. B and 𝗏𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃, the strongest bot lane in the whole league. They played against Flash and stomped them the first two games, actually through one. And then Flash completely changed their style of play to bot lane focus as well.
Hang on.
Yeah, and
Zeros
Zeros.
here on the side. D has been caught out. Oh, I thought that was going to hit Yulwei. I thought it was going to happen. The arrow comes out. Doesn't let him. 𝗏𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃 goes gold. TH has to play screen for him. Does it well. The 𝗱𝗺𝗺 comes out. Do a huge amount, but you know what does? It's 𝗁𝗂𝗃 is trying to turn a lost situation around, but he's still got the losing hand. It doesn't matter what you flop when you've got a pair of ducks. And the thumbs down comes out. 𝗃𝗺 is dead. And this should just be game.
That is the game indeed. EVOS so dominant in team fights. Did we expect them to win the first game in such dominant fashion? I for sure didn't. This is a statement game at B. The biggest of support difference we have seen so far in playoffs. B smashing Slay, 𝗏𝗀𝗃𝗃 smashing 𝗂𝗎𝗄𝗏 in this first game.
Yulwei, before the split, me and you both predicted EVOS to be the best team in the league. And we've had egg on our face the whole split with that prediction. But after that game one, well, they're at least looking like the second best.
The Tiger getting more and more dangerous. Coming out of the lower half, the lower bracket. Every single series was do or die, and it's once again that today. Today, whoever loses is out, of course. Whoever wins goes to finals. And this first game installed me with a lot of confidence for EVOS. They looked pretty crisp, very clean around Baron, and later on, still some things to shore up, especially around top lane and top lane aggression, overextensions from Zeros, as we all know. Not going to get better this series. We know him, we love him for this, but the whole team looking so much better, especially when it comes to bot lane. What a huge difference in both positions.
It's very true. And we will be back in just a little bit, about 5 or so minutes, with our analyst desk to break down that game one. Don't go anywhere, guys. We do hope you are enjoying the show here on VCS English.
The stood alone.
Welcome back, everyone, where we just saw EVS take down GAM in a very unexpected game one. And Krincy's got egg on his face. 3-0 GAM. 3-0 GAM.
Oh,
Yeah, not just an egg on the face. I actually wanted to put on a clown's nose for that, but I haven't found it in time. I do own one, and it is deserved at this point. I said 3-0, and I'm already proven wrong after the first game. I looked like an absolute clown here. And who also looked a bit like a clown this game was 𝗧𝗏, GAM support, because he got hard spot difference there, as well as his AD carry, who also didn't look too hot there.
Yes.
yeah.
Absolutely
So,
massive support diff coming out there. And I'll just quickly edge in and say B did get that MVP award for that game. Player of the game, MVP. What more to say?
Oh yeah, absolutely beautiful. Do we just like simp over B for a bit, or do we have to talk about 𝗧𝗏? Which one do you want to go for, Vinny?
We'll be positive today.
Positive.
It's
on
Simp
that first go-
September.
Yeah. I think that EVOS are one of the highest variance teams in the VCS. They do go for a lot of risky plays, but when you're playing this well on something like a Blitzcrank, which has the ability to turn a game in your favor, it just doesn't matter. You know, he was hooking 𝗧𝗏 into right into the middle of his team, forcing people into really bad positions. His ultimate came out huge too. He was just everywhere and affecting every damn fight.
Yes, and the fights in particular, he was infecting Krincy, was the Herald fights. Both Herald fights were massive break opens for EVOS. Even though GAM did claw back that advantage from the first one. The Herald plays. Take us through them.
Yeah, the Herald plays were kind of messy for the GAM side. They often got caught in the first place by either B, who was an MVP, as we oftenly said here. We were kind of simping for him here. But also the Flash E plays, the body slams coming out from Zorn there helped there really a lot. And 𝗂𝗢 had a really good early game and turned out well that he got the first gank kill there against the Jays, which is a kind of hard matchup even for something like a cannon. But if the cannon gets killed so fast, and if the team fight already started on a bad foot, then you kind of need to back away and maybe go a little bit off the pedal there. But GAM just refused to do this. They always took the fights despite starting off with disadvantage there, and that was ultimately their demise, and EVOS just took it to them.
Yeah, and if I can jump in on this,
Yep.
we're talking about the Herald fights in particular. This was where we really saw GAM love to be really coordinated and just throw everything in the kitchen sink at the enemy team. I think what EVOS did really well this game is make sure they couldn't do it at the same time. TH on the set, really big part of this. Blitzcrank for B, also a really big part of this. Making sure someone is caught or shuffled out of a fight against the grain of the wood that of the bat which bit GAM was trying to swing at EVOS meant that people like even though 𝗂𝗢 has some huge cannon this game, it wasn't at the right time for his team, and that's kind of a bit on both sides, but I really think EVOS used the tools that they had available to them really, really well.
Beautiful, beautiful, absolutely beautiful team fighting, and just picks from the side of EVOS, and we have to talk about the spot difference. Yulwei was saying it on Car's last split. The bot lane stepped up massively in playoffs. It seems to be happening again. The bot lane playoff buff is real for the side of EVOS. Do we have to ban 𝗙𝗢𝗄𝗏 or 𝗱𝗏𝗄𝗏? It's looking scary.
If you are going to play dive comps and you are going to seed the bot lane so hard by playing towards top side exclusively, yeah, I think you might have to. It's not, I mean, we were talking about it in the break. 𝗱𝗏𝗄𝗏 is not worth a ban in the meta, but you have series meta too, when just a pick is so important to the way a team is playing. If you're going to be playing cannon, you're going to be playing melee mid laners like the Pantheon too, I think it's very much worth considering.
Yeah.
For sure, and I would just take off the 𝗱𝗏𝗄𝗏 difficult either way, because he's just so comfortable in the champion. Most of his wins are on this pick, and 𝗱𝗏𝗄𝗏 is not really good in lane against something like an Ashe, and he still cannot find in the lane. He gets these early kills. He was like 4-0 at 11 minutes with the right skirmishes played from EVOS side, and GAM never really got a fair fight there. They actually did play out the fights after they tried to turn them. Mechanically, they played them okay, but they never really got a fair fight, and that's why EVOS just won them all the time.
And on the side of GAM, we also saw quite a few misplayed fights, situations. A lot of that coming out of 𝗧𝗏𝗏, who has, I've said in the pregame, goes back to the spot. Still not looking on top form.
And don't get me
Yeah, we
wrong.
need to go a bit harsh on him there. I think the
Yeah.
Bard kind of played for both teams there. He had some really missed ultimate timings there. It was just straight up timing misplay, not really a high mechanically thing to do. He didn't delay a herald charge. He Bard ulted the turret that would have killed Sword on the enemy team. He once Bard ulted his team that was about to follow up on the team fight and catch someone from either side. Misplayed there, and he never really had a good catching Bard ultimate there. And so his
Yeah,
tempered fates really were lackluster the whole game long.
And the thing about Bard players in general is that there are a lot of good Bard players out there. There are some really good plays that we've seen this season. It's such a good playmaking support. So when you aren't making any of those highlight rail plays, when you're in the last stage of playoffs with the best players left, you are that sore thumb sticking out because you're not making the game-changing plays.
And with that said, we are going to be onto the draft phase. Krincy, we'll start with you. What do we want to see out of GAM in terms of changing up the draft? Obviously, we've touched on Bard. Do we want to see higher focus on that mid lane, on the bot lane? What do we want to see?
Nah, you're kind of answering your own question a little bit there already. Like,
sorry.
They could just, use the... No, it's fine. I mean, they could just use the Pantheon and put it back to Slate. Slate plays a good Pantheon support. That would just eliminate the possibility of him doing some questionable tempered fate ultimates, to say the least. And they could just put a different champion for Dire 1 there. Put him on the carry, play a more standard comp. Yeah, and you don't really... I mean, the Pantheon mid lane was kind of fine, but it didn't really like do what the mid laner was supposed to do. He was getting some picks, but that's what the support Pantheon could also do. And if they would have had like a conventional mid laner there, they would have done more, in my opinion. And yeah, maybe they just move the Pantheon to the support and change it from there. And they first picked the Jace.
Okay.
Ooh.
That's a statement of intent. That is, of course, a flex pick for GAM, but overwhelmingly likely to go towards that mid lane. Tier 1 and GAM as a whole have played, as we were talking about in the very first lobby, they play this mixed damage poke combo. They have something like 𝗏𝗏ly in the jungle too, and the Jace is very lane dominant. Tier 1 knows how to burst people out as well. It doesn't fall off quite as hard as something like a Pantheon.
Throughout the majority of the first round robin, we saw a lot of GAM's Jace Shyvana being the combination. We currently see the Jace, so we might see the Shyvana again, especially with the 𝗏𝗏ly taken off the table. Of course, instantly answered by the Irelia as a lane counter. But we have Easy Loves Caitlyn. Can he step up?
Now you've got
Hopefully.
a Caitlyn with Jace on your team. Okay, Karthus is locked in, so you don't even have anything like... I would have preferred something like the Gragas. Give yourself some disengage in a way to shuffle around Irelia so she's not just queuing around instantly in team fights. You now have a Jace who you want to focus on because he's such a pressure-based champion and wants to get rolling early. And you also have a Caitlyn on the other side of the map if it goes to top lane, right? So you kind of want to stick that in mid lane. I don't know if GAM can balance the map well around these picks, and once again we're going to see the 𝗏𝗏crank, who is, surprise, surprise, really good into something like Karthus.
I really like EVO's draft so far. They get Thorn on 𝗏𝗏ly, which is like one of his best champions, or maybe even his best champion overall in this playoff so far. They also denied it, what Nymaera said, the Jace 𝗏𝗏ly comp, where you just have mixed damage poke, you can't really itemize against it well. And they also get 𝗏𝗏crank back for B, who was absolutely stellar in game 1. And with what GAM has drafted so far, the Caitlyn for 𝗏𝗏love might be the right call to have him like in a safe lane position. And their 𝗏𝗏's ban is also coming out there. This is something I like from GAM actually. But they are in fear of getting one over by EVOS here because 𝗏𝗏ly Irelia, if they just get a pick on the 𝗬𝗏cy there, it can turn out really badly for GAM esports.
And with those
That was
two
fun.
bans on the side of EVOS, Caitlyn, we might be seeing Bard again to pair with this.
We ain't seeing 𝗏𝗏lios, so that's nice. Because the big thing about 𝗏𝗏crank is that you have the Gravitum in that 𝗏𝗏lios lane to set up for the hook. The Ashe in a similar way. You'd have to go towards something like Varus now, who has really not been meta for quite some time after the huge nerfs which came through. There's a chance, there's definitely a chance, but it's not the same 𝗳𝗏𝗺𝗃𝗃 ADC.
That is true. We could also see the Senna, that has also been a very big pick in the recent metas. It has that 𝗳𝗏𝗃 of sorts.
Oh, come on.
I would have said you can also see Jhin, Yulwei's favorite pick, but they choose Xayah here. Interesting. You can, of course,
very interesting pick.
you
Very
can
safe
combine
on
the
the side
root
of
from
the
the feathers with the Blitzbang code. That might be a good option there. But they are a little bit pincered there. Xayah's not really a meta pick at the current state. Maybe in this case, maybe Jin would actually have been better. Yulwei probably disagrees already with me there. But yeah,
there's no
let's see
tank
last
locked in
picks from
though,
GAM.
so yeah,
Yeah,
go for Pantheon
exactly.
support. Do it. Do Pantheon support. This better
Yes.
be in the bot lane. Saying that right now.
They can still flex it to mid lane and choose different support. And run the Jace in the top lane. Well, let's see.
They absolutely can, but I think we might see something like a Silas
I want to see like
pick.
a control mage. Or
Something-
Silas will work as well. Some AP. No.
No, this would be terrible.
Hmm,
And we
okay.
got
don't
the
like it.
monkey blind. We have a blind monkey in the top lane.
Do, but I guess you already know most of the composition, right? I think Wukong's pretty good at getting onto something like Xayah. Does well against Nidalee too if she has to get stuck into a fight. So, but then you
We're
have to
bringing
put
it
it in a
up.
top line matchup.
Horse Sauce is back! And this was the Zeros counter earlier in the split when Wukong was meta. He is super strong everywhere else in the world, but Zeros is Horse Sauce. We have it. And
We
folks,
do, and yeah.
I'm excited.
So I mean, unless this is going to be, because I see Zeros has Ignite and TH has Teleport. Is this like Season 5 Keen NA Hecarim mid? Or is it just going to be the Ignite top lane? Because I know you
It's
sometimes go Ignite
just
Teleport.
the
The
Ignite
suddenness
top
he's
lane.
got.
I mean, it
I-
could be like TH going top lane Aurelia and the Hecarim was mid.
Yeah,
Maybe.
no. That's what I'm thinking,
And
right?
top lane Hecarim, yeah, would usually go TP Ignite and he's just going Flash Ignite. So that suggests he would rather go mid lane. So it could be the mid lane Hecarim.
I feel like that
Hey.
will be changed in the spring we don't get to see. But there we are. What we have these compositions. I'm leaning towards EVOS. EVOS might have a 2-0 lead.
Given the bot difference last game and the fact that now you really want to put that Hecarim down, I don't think you can focus on the Caitlyn from GAM's composition side, and that's a problem. If you pick Caitlyn and you're not putting priority on that lane, yeah, I don't think that fits it very well. I think EVOS might be out to a 2-0 start.
I actually agree. I think EVOS read GAM like a book in this draft a little bit. But the almost full physical comp, aside from the cards from GAM, might not actually be a problem because both comps are kind of squishy and the damage mixture is not that important. But it certainly doesn't help that they picked the Wukong last day, in my opinion. So yeah, I think EVOS has this in the draft at least.
Alright, well with that we are gonna throw over to the casters to take us through the glory that is Horse Sauce.
Well, Yulwei, and this is a draft.
Oh.
I have a word for this kind of draft out of EVOS. In fact, it's 2 words. Unga bunga. They pick things. They're going to smash their foreheads on the keyboard, and if they've won the team fight when their foreheads come back up, great. If not, they're in some trouble.
It's kind of the same for GAM though, right?
I mean, that's
We have a
every
lot of
game,
unga
yeah.
bunga on both sides, I'd say. Well, I'm very excited for the top lane matchup. I was scared for a few seconds when he hovered the Malphite, because the last time Zeros tried Malphite, it didn't go his way. He refused to build armor and got solo killed twice, or even 3 times, I believe, by the enemy Wukong for some reason. So I am glad to see him back on the horse, because he's a legendary player on this champion. So also Swan Nidalee is always good to see.
It is. We've got a lot of animals here. You got the horse, the cat, and the bird, really moving down the food chain. And
then
so can you respond to? Go ahead. Sorry.
2 animals in the bot lane for GAM, at least if they play like they did last game.
Yeah, 2 monkeys. Well, Slay's not starting it off well. Lost that
Nope.
trade ridiculously hard. But can you, while we are looking at the bot lane, can you respond to allegations from the analyst desk? They said your favorite champion, Jin, hasn't been picked, and you must hate the Xayah pick. Can you confirm?
Yeah, of course. Xayah, I mean, who likes Xayah, right? What a bad design. No. Of course,
In all seriousness, what do you
one of
think
my
of this
favorite
pick?
champs. And I
Ooh.
think, never mind.
Hang on, we might have to
Swan.
come back to it. As one's in trouble, but
Wait.
Swords is gonna get- Oh no, he's burning, and the hand is on the other foot.
Oh, Swan, what did you do? He just ran into his whole wave level 2, and TH was still level 1. And we all know, Dia 1's Jace is one is a hell of a menace. He played like 8 or 10 Jace games at the start of the season, always with an AP jungler with Levi, and they had to ban Jace at some point because he just won every single game on Jace. And we had a lot of criticism early in the split, especially from me. I think I said, yeah, can 𝗬𝗏 actually play a different champion? But it didn't matter because he went like 17-0 in one of the games. He's absolutely legendary in this champion.
He's level
Let's
2
look
to
what-
level 1. You can't do
Yeah.
this.
And 𝗬𝗏 just ignores
is
TH here.
useless.
Yeah, TH is absolutely useless.
This
Someone
is-
also
that was
no
bad.
E. Yeah, someone can't heal himself, and he didn't flash away in time. He can actually flash the Q, so you can flash the Q to avoid the damage. He didn't do that. I think there is where the biggest mistake came in. So a little bit lucky for 𝗬𝗏, but definitely now a big lead for him. And Slay,
Oh, he
Son,
hops
hello.
directly into a Spartan, gets lit on fire, but this time we'll find a hose. Slay still looking for him, but I don't think he'll be able to. Oh no! Oh no! Ooh, close.
I think the jungle for EVOS is on fire because Son is
Yeah.
catching fire in every single lane he goes to, like ignited back to back. And we see the power of the horse in the top lane. There is some very, very obnoxious trading going on. We actually saw a lot of early heal reduction items coming in. Oh, TH needs to flash.
Yeah, but he gets away. Levi is on his, maybe not signature, but very much famous 𝗂𝗏𝗺 pick. We'll have to see if he can maintain that 12 CS per minute that we've seen before. Utterly insane. While still
we have to
ganking
say,
and
though-
getting 10 kills.
Son is also one of the best 𝗂𝗏𝗺 players in the league, so he at least knows how to play against 𝗂𝗏𝗺, or how 𝗂𝗏𝗺 wants to pass a path. Is already behind in CS because he got killed early on, so that's not a good start. Is already behind a level. But can Son impact maybe the top lane a little bit more, maybe go back to the mid lane and try to get 1 kill back? Because as long as Levi is just farming up, it's always a win for Levi.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could go for a play around top side. 𝗁𝗏 should hit 6 first. Has the ignite, would have the unstoppable onslaught. Maybe that's where you go. Ganking a Wukong, like diving a Wukong isn't particularly fun though.
Yeah, especially with no
It's
CC on the
tricky.
jungler. Yeah,
Yeah.
actually taking a very good trade here. And
Oh,
TH not
no.
so much.
𝗬𝗏,
Oh no, it's
Well-
happening.
it's happening. 𝗬𝗏 activated. He's getting solo kills.
Oh yeah, I mean he is the MVP. We wanted to see some very nice, very good performances in the mid lane against the auto-filled mid laner of TH. And this time TH just overextends with his Q. Doesn't get. I think he missed a reset there, so he couldn't jump to the minion on the backside, and that consigned him to to death. Very nicely done from 𝗬𝗏. Didn't even have to ignite, and now he's sitting in a super strong position. 2 kills, going for a build. I'm not sure what. Maybe something like an early Edge of Night. Maybe even into tier later on. Wanted to go for pure AD. Pickaxe early on is not something I see often for Jace, but let's see where this goes. And EVOS
Well-
needs to come up with a plan, because they are
Yeah.
getting outscaled here.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can just sit here and work out. Ooh, Kiaya pops the cyclone, but 𝗁𝗏 just says, "Nope, me horse, me run," and he gets away from the monkey. That's a cyclone expended. He's a much easier gank now, but I think he will just reset.
Yeah, with Flash and Clone available, it's just so hard to lock him down. Onslaught of Shadows can get a very, very long CC on him, like 1.75 seconds, I believe, is the max duration there. So if you can hit that correctly into Spear Burst from Son, maybe there's a kill somewhere, but I think it's very hard against Clone and Flash. So yeah, it should be fine. So far, very far down in CS. 𝗁𝗏's actually controlling the lane well, but 𝗬𝗏 at least keeping up in experience and farming as much as he can to get to a good teamfight position.
Yeah. Have to find out, as we do still have EVOS playing off each other. They're definitely not giving up. They're only 700 gold down, which obviously isn't great, but they're keeping themselves in touching distance. Yulwei, where does the play come from for EVOS? Where do they swing it back?
Yeah, for EVOS, that's a very good question. They kind of rely on 2 winning solo laners with these very, very volatile, very aggressive champions as well. So they need their solo lanes to start something, because Son on Italy He can look for ganks, maybe for lane gank or something, but it's just very hard to pull off with no CC from the jungle position. Bot lane is going to be put under pressure from the Caitlyn, so I think it has to come from some of the solo lanes, and we need to see a mechanical outplay, maybe a positioning mistake from GAM to capitalize, and then capitalization from EVOS, I should say. Because, yeah, I kind of struggle to see a way they can force a fight if GAM plays it correctly.
Yeah.
Maybe something around the Ritual. They have a lot of AoE damage. They have a lot of AoE spells. The big ults from the 2 solo laners, of course. Then also 𝗃𝗀𝗄𝗃's ultimate if he roams up there. But of course, you're dealing with Kiaya and Levi on the other side. So I think it's kind of hard for EVOS to do something here.
Oh, Slay
Let's
needs
see.
to be careful, but B doesn't hit the hook.
Can they find something nonetheless?
No, he's gonna wander off. It's okay. We do see that 𝗬𝗎 has actually harvested something from the dirt in his lane. He's picked up TH's tier, made it into his own item. So he is going that Muramana. Both Jaces in this series are going, and I think it's a really good build. So I'm happy to see that. Muramana,
especially if you get early advantages, because the tier is basically free now for him. He got 2 kills. There is basically just the tier. Oh, he queued forward, but fast enough to get out. So the tier is basically free for him. So he still has the same amount of AD he would have had if he went for early lethality, and the tier on top of that, which then, once he gets the stacks, once he gets the Muramana completed, is so much extra AD. So you actually get to bypass a lot of the mid-game failures, mid-game problems for Jace, and get to be a very, very strong champ from start to finish.
Here we go.
TH,
There's a play in the mid lane. TH in a lot of trouble once again. He's got the ignite and he'll burn down. 𝗬𝗎's got a hat trick.
there we go, another one. 𝗬𝗎 3 kills, GAM 3 kills. We're still only looking at a 1k gold lead, but it's mid lane is getting harder and harder to play for EVOS and for TH. He has actually been able to keep up in CS, surprisingly enough. 𝗬𝗎 not pressuring him too much in lane, in favor of getting him to positions where he can actually kill him. So most of the time we see 𝗬𝗎 use his lane power, if he gets early kills, to really shut down the enemy laner. This game actually playing a little bit more defensively and waiting for his opportunity to strike and get kills rather than CS advantages. It's a little bit of a different look here.
Yeah, I mean, this is something to kind of talk about here. TH has recently been on a tear, right? He's been playing the 𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗃, that sort of thing, and looking great, but his Irelia been pretty consistently bad. We'll have to come back to it as the horse is getting dived. He's got no hope in hell, and Levi opens the account.
Oh, he just insta-died. That was sad to watch. He thought he had a chance.
Yeah.
He thought he could do anything, but he just died in an instant. And that is a herald for Levi in top lane. That should be first turret.
That's one of those moments, 10 minutes after the end of the Melbourne Cup, where one of the horses that fell over, you just hear a shotgun, and then you don't see the horse again.
Ay, ay, ay. Oof. Well, 𝗃𝗀𝗃 got at least 1 plate back, but 1 plate is not enough to answer for the first turret in top lane. It's a 3k gold lead for GAM so far, playing a very crisp, very concentrated game. Very, very nicely done so far. All the plays stick. 𝗬𝗎 without... Oh, what?!
What just happened? 𝗎𝗎love goes down. This play has come out of nowhere. There's the Vanguard's edge, the spear as well, and TH picks up a very easy kill. Where did that even come from?
The caster curse is strong today again. Just praising GAM's very nice execution, and they lose to, once again, the grab from B was questionable at best. That was okay. A nice connection there. What is that?
That was okay. That was on target. That was on target.
Still so much range. And then Slay is just... Slay walks into the spear. I mean, he's probably dead anyway, because he can't get out of the Vanguard's edge. But nicely done. Nicely capitalized from EVOS. The top side for GAM was resetting off the top play. And the bot side didn't respect the numbers advantage for EVOS on the bot side. So a little bit of gold back. Actually, a lot of gold back, because they also got 3 more platings. And are now only looking at a 1.3k gold deficit, which is much better than expected after the early plays in top lane went sour.
Yeah, it's much closer than you'd think, and maybe if there are people that are new to the VCS here, you might be saying, 1.5k 12 minutes, that's getting a bit scary. If you're up against 𝗀𝗚 and you're only 1k down at this point in the game, you're doing great. 𝗀𝗏, though, he's not doing great. He's going to be listening to not a very good song, and it's blowing out his eardrums.
Slade just arriving there. Please, let me have my assist. I roamed here. I let 𝗚𝗔𝗢 starve in bot lane.
It's like the Team Rocket intro. It's like Kiaya, Levi, and Slay.
This is actually going to cost them bot lane turret, and that's a lot of gold funneled into 𝗃𝘀𝗀. We're still prior to 14 minutes, so got all the plating extra gold, so that's 610 gold for the last one there. It's not first turret, so a little bit less, 400 something. But still a lot of gold funneled into the Xayah, and Xayah, of course, a very heavy champion. What that means is she needs a lot of gold to function, but once she hits her item power spikes...
She's not that fat.
Okay, she's a very strong champion. She needs a lot of gold to carry to be effective, okay? She needs her training weights. Let's formulate it that way. But yeah, she needs like 3 items to function. 2 items and she's decent. 3 items and she can really carry. 4 items and she 1v5s. So it takes a lot of time for her. Of course, we know 𝗃𝘀𝗀 is a legendary Xayah player. Got multiple pentakills already on this champion. So I expect him to look good once the late game hits, but he needs more time to scale.
So, this is something to sort of, while we have a bit of downtime, Yulwei, we have more than a second between fights, so I do want to ask you a question. Oh, no, I say it, we don't. Kiaya is in trouble. 𝗳𝗏 is charging forward, but they actually stop the play. So I'm going to speed this up. Is it a concern that 𝗀𝗚, even when they get Caitlyn, still lose the bot lane?
It most definitely is a concern. This bot lane has not been able to hold up to the other bot lanes in the whole of playoffs. I think every single best of 5 they've been losing in the playoffs, the bot lane matchup, especially against Flash and now against EVOS. Against Cerberus, it didn't look as bad, but they still lost most of the time. So it's definitely a concern, definitely a weakness to exploit. We've seen teams be able to exploit that, not only in the laning phase. Laning phases most of the time are actually kind of even, a little bit of the CS lead for the other player. But then in mid-game fights and late-game fights, 𝗀𝗎𝗏's positioning has really let 𝗀𝗚 down time and time again. So it's most definitely a concern and something to keep your eyes on. If 𝗀𝗚 advances today, they have to play against Slater and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 again, and that didn't go well a week ago.
No, it did not. It really didn't. This bot lane is a constant thorn in the side of 𝗀𝗚. So let's have a look in at some
Speaking of thorns, thorn in sight.
Go ahead.
Look at this Requiem damage once the
Not quite.
next item is going to be completed. That is straight Rabadon's second item for Levi. So there is more than just 1 thorn. There is 5 thorns in the sides of every single EVOS player once he hits that big power spike and level 11. So very scary times for EVOS. They need to find countermeasures. Of course, there's items you can build against Requiem. There's something like Stopwatch. You can go for 𝗚𝗚𝗏 later on, maybe on B. Yeah, B is already building towards that. Nice to see. Very good. Adaptation. But this 𝗁𝗏𝗏 is going to be very scary.
Yeah, he is absolutely terrifying, really fitting the theme of the champion. And it is the one Cloud Drake available is going to go over to 𝗀𝗚, and that's actually really valuable here.
That's a solid 20 seconds off his cooldown for the ultimate.
Yeah.
So that's quite nice, especially late game when you need to have the ultimate every single fight, and fights happen all the time. You go down to like 90 seconds, and sometimes 90 seconds isn't enough. So that Cloud Drake can go a long way to help you take the fights you need to take. B fishing for grabs, but not as successful as last game. Oh, Kiaya!
Straight in, he's going mad. Found 𝗃𝘀𝗀 as well. The Requiem is on top of it, but this might have been a bridge too far. Slay taking a lot of damage as well. Kiaya's already gone, and truly, Yulwei, the 𝗚𝗚𝗏𝗀𝗀 giveth and the 𝗚𝗚𝗏𝗀𝗀 taketh away. 𝗳𝗏's charging up the speed. 𝗀𝗎𝗏's got no chance. Levi wants to go over the wall, but knows he'll just be taking friends with him. They use the blast cone. There's the unstoppable onslaught, and 𝗀𝗚 is getting rinsed. It's a triple kill for the Irelia. 𝗚𝗏 is next on the menu. He actually trades back too. This is getting scary, Yulwei. It's the 𝗚𝗏 show. Oh no, he's picked up a triple.
They forgot about him. They thought they had him, but it was just jungle and bot lane.
Oh.
And the shutdown goes over to TH. I think they wanted to give this to 𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀. I think 𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 needs gold a little bit more, but still a very positive trade for EVS. Look at the gold totals. Suddenly 2k up. This was such, not just one bridge too far, this was several bridges too far for the GAM. This was such an over-aggressive play. Look at the engage flash ultimate for 𝗂𝗧, and he gets the knockup on 𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀, but there's no follow-up damage. Wukong is not a hard carry champion anymore. He needs follow-up damage, and the Karthus ult alone is not good enough, especially with 𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 full HP and avoiding most of the first charge with his ultimate. Then it's just the two solo laners wreaking havoc in the backline for EVOS, of course. And 𝗬𝗏, well, for some reason, Xayah decided to greed for minions instead of help her teammates.
Yeah.
And very bad positioning.
Wasn't over.
Yeah, very bad positioning from 𝗁 as well, to be honest. 𝗁 stood close to B, so both got hit by the Q from 𝗬𝗏. And then it's a little bit annoying that they still have to deal with 𝗬𝗏, because TH wanted to go for top lane minions, and Xayah wanted to go for mid lane minions, but in the end, still 900 gold. That's another fight brewing here. He was actually deciding to not go for the engage. Levi had no ultimate. I think if EVOS was a little bit closer, this could have been a very, very good fight to take against no Karthus ultimate. But sadly, a little bit too late to the party.
Nothing really up on the map at the moment, but both teams running around in packs.
And he was stealing a lot of jungle camps, so that's a lot of gold that's going to miss from Levi. Levi still not...
TH gets caught out, throws out the Vanguard's edge, but it's going to eat the ace in the hole, uses that W for a bit
Wait,
of
what?
extra tankiness. He dealt a lot of damage, but he goes straight down. But look at the health bars. EVOS, they get a lot of damage, but they need to convert it. 𝗂𝗧's low, but they have to go stop this Rift Herald.
There's such an important item still missing. Levi... Oh, Xerath, never mind me.
He's going to charge away. He's a quick pony. Oh, he pulls out the
Wait, why?
Jinx. He could have just kept running. He's going to be okay. He's a 𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. He's fine. Oh, Levi.
Forced to flash away. So, Levi still not on death cap. Not sure why GAM wanted to take this fight. I think they have to wait for the item power spike. Maybe a little bit of discipline lacking from GAM's side. They need to play more about around their item timings. But there's another engage.
He's going forward onto 𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. He doesn't have access to the Featherstorm. That's going to be a Requiem to kill him, but can he deal enough damage? He takes 𝗬𝗏 low, but it's not enough.
20 minutes on the clock. Do they fancy the Baron? Probably a little bit too early for that. Don't really have a designated tank who can take all the Baron damage in the early game, so it's going to just be a mid lane turret. Oh, nicely done from TH. So in the end, it's only one kill. They used Levi's ultimate, so now another opening for EVOS to potentially look at Baron themselves. They have a little bit of a better tank to tank the Baron with Xerath and also the heals from 𝗁. So I could see something like that happening. EVOS likes to go for early Barons. They like to rush Baron. They have a lot of damage between their three solo laners, their two solo laners, and their bot lane just finished the second crit item.
Yeah, they do have a lot of damage with these items coming in, but let's kind of talk about where spikes come in, because the death cap has just been completed. The Muramana has flipped. GAM is looking terrifying in the next 5v5.
They absolutely are. The problem for GAM is not so much the items, even though Caitlyn really needs her IE2 to contribute a little bit of backline damage. It's more positioning, and it's more how can we bring Levi into the backline? Because so far they kind of have to hope for B to hook him in, because it's so hard for Levi to ever get close. There's so much kite in the enemy team, so many slows. It's nice. So I think Levi, the ult alone is not enough to carry from the Karthus. The ult is the quintessential spell, the spell everyone knows and loves and likes to watch, but it's not enough. You need to also be able to hit your skittles to get your defiled damage and contribute the W slow. If he's never in range to do that, ult alone is not going to scale well enough for them to win team fights. So I like the items right now, but I'm more looking out for how they set up the fights, how they can come from flanks and maybe cut some escapes from EVOS, because so far EVOS has been able to run away from the big carries.
Yeah, and the big thing here is the growing threat of 𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 as well. Xayah hasn't been played much at all recently. 𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 is, as you said earlier, famously fantastic on the pick. The question is, can you kill 𝗘𝗊𝗪 and also not have th kill you?
Well,
Because if GAM
we are
can
going
do that, then they probably win, right?
And it's going to get harder and harder the later the game goes on. 𝗘𝗊𝗪 is going to go into something like GA later on, maybe his 4th item. I usually don't like GA. I think in this game it's not a bad choice. You can get burst down, then there's nothing left to kill you again. So I actually think GA could be a good option, especially also because stopwatch in one fight after a 3rd item is finished. It's a very good item.
Yulwei,
Yeah.
why is Caitlyn so high off the ground?
Wait, what is
She's
going
like
on?
She's like
floating.
3 foot off the ground. She's running 3 foot in the air. What's going on?
She went to Levi. She went to Levi to learn how to float. Yeah, she's actually floating here.
This is a secret jutsu. Only I don't know how.
Oh,
to
there we
say
go.
it.
It's the
tried to
bone
do an
sword.
anime.
It's the EVS.
Yeah.
And
There
there's
we
no
go, it
vision from GAM. Uh-oh.
Yeah, they spotted out with that shock blast though, but it's going down really fast. 𝗂𝗪𝗓 has teleport, can join the fight. th doing some
Teleport is-
zoning.
Wait, what happened to the teleport?
I don't know. That was weird, but there it is. The Baron's been taken. It's a 1-for-1 in kills. Yulwei, they
And
just got a
someone can
Baron.
easily jump over the wall. 𝗘𝗊𝗪𝗪 has flash, so he
Yeah.
can't die either. This is just the EVS Baron. This is something EVS is so good about, and GAM even knew this was happening. They had an inkling there with 𝗬𝗪 checking, but no one close enough. Levi is not a champion that can get there very, very fast, so it's just a Baron for EVS, and EVS once again looking like the better team.
And I mean, this is GAM with the most powerful ADC in the game, but apparently this game, Caitlyn is so useless, even the ground doesn't want her.
Look at Levi, he's way too far away, and then he just can't step into the Vanguard's edge. He's just zoned off the fight all the time, can't contribute with anything. He can press R, but even R isn't that effective anymore. As we can see, B, 1st item, rush into the locket, which is of course the best item possible against Karthus. If you don't have pressure to force the enemy team to overcommit to a fight, just pressing R from Karthus is not good enough.
𝗂𝗪𝗓 diving in though. This is too deep. 𝗂𝗪𝗓 has looked really off. Slay follows it up, gets hooked in. On the other side, 𝗧𝗏 is in trouble. He can't escape, but it's a 2-for-1.
Karthus ult still available. Dawn wants easy
True.
love.
𝗬𝗪𝗓, where are you, man? Thorn hits that stopwatch very early. I think he could have kept 𝗬𝗪 there, but 𝗬𝗪 still has to find a way out of this. They know the Requiem is available, and they don't want to
th on the
themselves
chase.
in range. th going under has the Guardian Angel. Will get knocked
Oh, no.
into that. Oh no, he didn't even get knocked into it.
th with some revenge for the early shenanigans in lane. 𝗬𝗪 stomped him in lane, but it's not good enough. 𝗬𝗪 for once in this playoffs, after very underwhelming series against Flash, actually looked like the player we know and love, the back-to-back MVP from our community. But he's not able to actually win the game for his team. 8-2 on the Jace. But if everyone else struggles, if 𝗂𝗪𝗓 can't find the engages on the Wukong and his ADC just doesn't deal damage, he can't do it all alone. So really a hard time for GAM. They need to win this game. If they lose this one, it's going to be the 5th game in a row they lose. Remember, they got reverse swept, so they are on a 4-game losing streak right now. They need to know how it feels to win again.
Yeah, GAM's really been going bam the last few games. Their mental is just a bit destroyed. They aren't the dominant team that we've seen, but it's got to also be said, EVOS has massively stepped up. The Dragon's been pulled. This is a crucial fight.
𝗧𝗏, look at this,
𝗧𝗏. I don't even know if he wins that 1v1 though, but he zones him off for now. 4k health on the Dragon. 𝗂𝗪𝗓 flashing in. He goes for the big cyclone, followed up with the Requiem, but no one's quite low enough. I tell him, that was so much damage. EVOS now are absolutely routed. B condemns th to a grim fate as he's going to get up. No chance of a counter kill. He goes down, and GAM are back in the driver's seat.
And what happened to EVO's coordination? What happened to 𝗘𝗊𝗪𝗓's flash? Why? 𝗘𝗊𝗪𝗓 still has ult available. He didn't ult there. What was that? EVO's completely lost their minds in this fight. They misplayed absolutely everything. The EB also not in position to get a good locket off. I'm not sure if it was on cooldown. Shouldn't be when the fight starts though. So just a huge misplay from EVOS and letting GAM back into this game, into the whole series. Really, okay. 𝗘𝗩𝗢𝗻, he fat fingered that in base and couldn't hit his stopwatch once the fight started.
Oh no!
That is horrible. 𝗘𝗩𝗢𝗻 with really big misplays here to get caught.
That's a disaster.
Well, I want to see where B's locket goes. He should have locket right now. When does he press locket?
We'll have to find out. We do have this replay, of course. So
𝗬𝗏 also jumping on 𝗬𝗏 as 𝗬𝗏 is just a very bad thing to do. B, no locket, no locket.
there it is. There's the locket.
Way too late. Just activate
Yeah.
that before 𝗁𝗏's ult hits. So a lot of mechanical misplays here. B, oh man. Also just sacrificing TH there. And TH, not only TH's life, also TH's second life, which of course is the GA. Now on cooldown, 𝗘𝗩𝗢𝗻 is kind of wasted 600 gold pressing the stopwatch in base. So he's far off his next item, which is GA. So this is suddenly this whole game kind of turned around. EVO's still in a gold lead, still with a good chance to win this game, but they need to pull themselves together and need to think about how to use their spells to actually avoid the big Requiem damage, and also of course 𝗬𝗏 diving in from the side.
Yeah, it's got to be said that was a huge disaster. And while EVOS still have a 1,000 gold lead, it feels like we're approaching critical mass for GAM. 𝗬𝗏 in the
What?
middle of the enemy team just goes for the big ult and finds 𝗂𝗎𝗏. There's a teleport coming in behind. GAM are playing split. Slay dives forward. In goes 𝗂𝗚. The song is being sung. It'll definitely herald the end for the horse. 𝗬𝗏 driving forward. Oh, big feathers on the other side though. Get one back. 𝗬𝗏 and TH going at it. He's got support from 𝗁. He now needs to run though. 𝗁 in so much trouble. 𝗊𝗀𝗻 recalling. Oh, 𝗂𝗚, no! Oh, he nearly got to him because of the blast cone. That was deadly. 𝗁 tries to sneak a recall, has no chance, goes for the hops, but the Wall of Pain will live up to its name.
That's another very close fight. 𝗘𝗩𝗢𝗻 flashed forward to secure the kill on 𝗂𝗎𝗏. Something a lot of teams do. Overcommit on GAM's AD carry. Please, just watch GAM games. 𝗂𝗎𝗏 does not matter. He is really not the target you want to go for. EVOS kind of still win the game, the fight, and most crucially, 𝗘𝗩𝗢𝗻 gets a lot of kills and a lot of gold to finish his GA. So now GA is actually available for the next fight. He also still has heal. His ult will come back up. So 𝗘𝗩𝗢𝗻 now in the position to carry. He's the one member we all need to focus on our eyes on and see how he can outplay the enemy onslaught, because that's so much damage in the enemy team.
Well,
Speaking of onslaught, that's onslaught of shadows from 𝗬𝗏.
I was about to say, speaking of onslaughts, 𝗂𝗎𝗏 couldn't outplay that one.
No, he just got wrecked. 𝗬𝗏 kind of sacrificed himself though for the one kill on the enemy AD carry, and I'm not sure that's worth it honestly, because 𝗬𝗏, maybe if you focus someone like 𝗂𝗚 or Levi, they can't ever engage.
We missed out the second half of that replay because a Baron play is brewing your way. GAM learning a little bit here from EVOS.
TH teleports to somewhere. It's very tense. We have almost all flashes available for GAM, and a lot of flashes down, especially on the big areas for EVOS, and no flash for 𝗘𝗩𝗢𝗻, no flash for TH. 𝗬𝗏 with the big flank.
Oh, yeah, and he finds 𝗁, he blows up the cat. Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, Jace is a bad late game champion, right? He doesn't deal damage anymore on the late game. Yeah, he does. That was quite a lot of damage. 𝗬𝗏 now to his 10th or 11th kill in this game, so he is really big. They need to find something to deal with him. I mean, GAM seems to not be able to convert this into anything.
𝗬𝗏, he's got to be an angry boy. You know, he wants to get to that final. Okay, Worlds is off the table, but he won the MVP last split and didn't win the belt. So you know he wants to pick up this series. But 5k health on the Baron. We've got a contest coming in. Do they have any chance of stealing it? No, they don't. But they do get a kill onto Slay. In the backside, it's 𝗂𝗚 going nuts. The Requiem's going to come down. Does 𝗘𝗩𝗢𝗻𝗻 have a way to avoid it? No, but he has a Guardian Angel. It's not going to do much for him. He's going to stand up, bang into the trap, and boom, the big shutdown for 𝗂𝗎𝗏. And it's all GAM all the time.
And once again, Baron is the demise of the enemy team. Why do they all contest so late? Then don't contest. If you have no chance of actually doing something there, then just back off and wait for the Baron to push or for the Baron buff to be applied to your lanes and then find a countermeasure there. This is just very sloppy play and calling from EVOS. Divkid loses his GA. Once again, they can't do anything against the 𝗂𝗲𝗺 ultimate, now level 17 by the way, so highest damage possible. It's now looking very grim for EVOS. They need to find something different. They need to find a different approach to team fights and somehow get on top of the 𝗂𝗲𝗺s and the DR1. Because as long as those two live, they win every single fight.
I mean, it's definitely looking grim. It's been looking grim from the champ select because Levi decided to get out his scythe and bring the Grim Reaper. And you can look at DR1, and obviously DR1's having a fantastic game. But how do you deal with this two-pronged threat of the 𝗂𝗲𝗺s and DR1? How do you ever get onto the 𝗂𝗲𝗺s while not having DR1 kill your carries? How does it ever happen?
And there's an even bigger problem here every day. That is that those two aren't even the ones with the CC, and usually you focus on the CC, the targets with CC, and especially if you're Xayah, you need to avoid 𝗂𝗧𝗏's engage. And 𝗂𝗧𝗏 right now, he's 1, 2, and 11, still 300 CS, still working on his third item, so even he is a threat. And you can't even think about 𝗂𝗲𝗺s and Jace as long as 𝗂𝗧𝗏 is in your face and knocking you up and threatening the dive on you. So first you have to find a countermeasure against 𝗂𝗧𝗏's engage, and then you have to deal with a very annoying Slay, who doesn't really deal much damage, but he's still super annoying. And in the backline, suddenly 𝗬𝗎𝗓 has 3 items, and he's definitely good enough to auto-attack from a backline position. So it does not look easy for EVOS. I think they have to find a miracle team fight, maybe with a pick from B, maybe something like this.
Well, it's just going to be an inhib for GAM. Do they want more? Yeah, they do. They want the bot lane. They've got an inner to get through as well, but this is looking a bit insurmountable for EVOS. So we might just be playing a best of 3 now.
Yeah, TH can't really do much on this Aurelia, to be honest. They all are so... They are in a close formation, and Aurelia doesn't really want to fight 5v5. Oh, never mind! Zeros with big engage flank.
They're turning it around. This is huge. The Vanguard's edge as well, buying so much space into the GAs, but look at the damage coming out. Levi gets it started. Can they get back? Absolutely not. Levi flashes forward, goes into the ghost form, already has a triple kill. Yulwei, it's brewing. Oh no, it's a quadra, and DR1 gets his revenge and steals the pentakill away instead of having it stolen from him. But speaking of thieves, it is going to be GAM stealing back the glory after game 1. As they take this one, they show the later game prowess this team is capable of as they pick up game 2.
Breaking the 4-game losing streak they were in right now, finally get back to their winning ways, and what a great performance in late game team fights. They struggled a lot in the mid game, they struggled a lot when it came to the Baron, especially the first Baron. They need to go back, their coach needs to come in and say, we have to be more careful, we are playing against EVOS, they are going to go for the Baron play every single game, so please vote out the Baron at 23, 24 minutes, we know there's something coming there, and if we see 4 or 5 members going towards topside, try to go to the Baron and stop that play from happening. But still, great performance from DR1, great performance from Levi later on, flashing in for all the damage. And on the other side, we have to say EVOS misplaying their cards a little bit, especially after that first Baron. I felt like they could have won the game there. They forced maybe a few better team fights. If Divkid doesn't fat finger his stopwatch in base, maybe they win the fight on Dragon and can snowball that into inhibitor. So they got close again to beating GAM, to going to a 2-0 lead. It's going to hurt for them to not win this game, but they have all the chances in the world to win the whole series.
Well, Yulwei might have just taken all of our analyst desk job, but we will still be back with them in about 5 minutes. We hope you're enjoying the show, guys, and we'll see you after this little break.
Welcome back, everybody. And after a back and forth game, turns out 𝗚𝗏𝗺𝗀𝗻𝗺. And that is all you need for GAM to have a win in
Why
this
do you need us?
series.
That's the perfect analysis. Why do you need us?
Well, you can go if you want. I'll be lonely, but you can go.
Well, I'll stay for you then, Vinny. I'll stay
What
for
if you had
All
Flash
right,
or
then.
Sheena?
I will kill you. I will kill you every day. Disembodied voice of every day. All right. Back on track. Dia got fed. Dia1 champion is back. He's back on the Jace. Krincy,
Okay.
just
so,
take it away.
Yeah,
Every day's
let's
rude.
start right off with the one. That's a good way to start, actually. Like with the draft, we were all three not really convinced by GAM Esports on their side, but DIY1 kind of just solo out-muscled the whole bad draft. With his early 1v2, he outplays the gank, gets wet buff on Jace, then gets another solo kill. To be fair, Levi helped a little bit, blew a flash with a gank there on TH side to make it a bit easier for him, and he kind of just went away with the game. That he got super fed on the JC, went the tier build with the Black Cleaver, with the early Defensive item, and nobody really stood up to him there. And it kind of got fishy in the mid game where the Caitlyn lane fell behind, which is a huge discredit to Easy Lover on this side. But yeah, at the end it was enough for GAM because they still managed to find picks with Slay, and so they actually ended up winning this one with a good Baron play at the end there.
Nymaera, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think it's something that we kind of said in the first game, and we said it after we saw the draft as soon as the Caitlyn and the Jace came in. GAM are not a team to focus bot lane. Not really. They want to get out of that lane, and they want to focus on the likes of 𝗬𝗀 and DO1 just doing their thing. That doesn't really work. It's not conducive to Caitlyn comps because Caitlyn wants a smooth early laning phase, wants to have a lot of pressure put onto her lane so she can roll around the map and get very, very strong. GAM didn't do that. That's why we saw the Xayah get really, really scary at some points this game. The Caitlyn a bit blunted in some of the larger fights on the other side of that, and once again kind of saw that bot lane diff a little bit. However, we had Dia diff this time. He finally showed up. He showed up in the first couple of games against Flash, became a bit muted towards the end of the series in that one too, which is a big issue. It seems like GAM finally found a way to weaponize this guy once more.
So when all else fails, you go back to what got you started. You go back to your roots. You go back to picking Jace every game, apparently. Now, with that said, EVOS will have the opportunity to respond to that. Maybe they will be the ones to take blue side this game. We don't know yet.
I don't think they have side choice this game. I think it's GAM that have side choice. So
I'm not sure if it's loser picks.
Loser or game 135 for higher seed. Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah. But
I think it's a ladder.
But we will find out what side they are on. But this Jace pick, maybe if they are on the red side, maybe this has to join the bans. Maybe you're letting that Renekton through.
Or what they could also do, they could also just give it to Savers and do a pick away there and just not ban it, pick it for yourself. I mean, they have a capable Jace play on their own, so they don't really need to ban it away necessarily.
I'm saying this is if you're red side, so it's not first picked. That's...
Yeah, sure.
Remember, this was like first lock-in from GAM. They were like, hey, we're just taking this. It is a flex pick, but we know Dia1 plays it really well.
Yeah. But other than that, we have to look at... Overall, EVOS is putting up a hell of a fight against GAM. And
they are.
We're seeing this bot lane. Possibly if they can get... Maybe if they go back to putting B on something safer, something that can P or 4 Divkin, maybe he can just carry this whole series.
Maybe. I think this game well, look, Blitzcrank is a really high variance support. We know that you either hit all the hooks and you look like a god, or you miss everything and you just don't have value as a champion. This game was not so great from B, which was a bit of a shame from the perspective of EVOS, because game 1, player of the game, was B. He was crazy. It was just that support difference. So yeah, maybe you want to put him on something that has a bit more baseline utility, something that will always be somewhat useful rather than the Blitzcrank, which can just suck at some points in the game. I mean, we saw him like messing up lock hit timings and not really hitting the same skill shots he was. So yeah, that's definitely an area where EVOS might look to make some changes.
Anything to add, Krincy?
It might be, but we already saw he can play Blitzcrank with high proficiency. I don't really think it's a pick this game. I think it's a little bit just that if a Blitzcrank doesn't really get going with his team together, he just kind of looks dumb. Yeah, it wasn't in a failure this game either. Yeah, they actually targeted 𝗘𝗏𝗢𝗻 a good bit in draft there, and maybe it's time now for EVOS to actually go the other way around and pin easy level a little bit, because he, I mean, we all know he's kind of the weak link of GAM esports, so to say.
That was part of the option Flash did with that banning Ashe in every game of their series. So perhaps this targeting Easy Love could be the way to go, really make him uncomfortable. But then you're offering perhaps the potential for 𝗬𝗏 to pop off on one of his traditional carries.
Or you let through 𝗚𝗏𝗏 𝗘𝗀𝗏, and we know how good he is on that pick. He, like I said, he genuinely makes that look like a first pick champion. So there are a lot of things. How much is behind the floodgates of these bans which EVOS have been putting on the table? You know, like how much can they really afford to give up?
Good question.
I mean, you cannot pincer all three of them. You cannot just pincer. You cannot ban the 𝗚𝗏𝗏𝗏, the Jace, and then also pincer Easy Love, so to say. So you have to let one through, and maybe actually that's a good call there, that you give the 𝗬𝗏𝗏 to 𝗚𝗏𝗏𝗏 and let Zeus play the counter matchups, because he certainly has something up his sleeve there. We realized it. He can play Cannon, he can play Na, he can play Lucian. Maybe that's the right call, but
I mean, he can play Quinn.
Yeah.
We've seen him play Quinn. We do have draft to answer these questions. And we do see EVOS is on the blue side, and they're taking the Karthus away immediately. Do not want Ranbadons at all coming off this side.
But I remember when it was locked in, we were kind of thinking, hey, what about Gragas? Gragas is pretty fun, right? Huh? What about that Gragas pick? They picked the Karthus, they made it work, and Levi is really good at getting farm, really good at doing damage, so I guess that was worth it for them. Renekton
GAM bans the Lucian.
Wait. So Caitlyn and... Okay, Caitlyn and Jace. Okay, Jace is the first pick.
Yes. Jace was open. They were leaving Jace and Lucian open. GAM responds by banning the Lucian instead of just taking it for 𝗬𝗏. Very interesting. Sorry, Krincy, I did interrupt you.
No problem. Yeah, I expected the Jace Caitlyn trade there, and I think this is also what GAM thinks here. They also listened to us earlier in putting Pantheon onto the support, and maybe they also listened to Nymaera once again and put like Levi on Gragas now, but you don't want to show your hand too early there, but looks like the bot lane is already close to being locked in for GAM esports. If Caitlyn fresh would be, going a bit back to what they had last year. Caitlyn for Easy Love and the strong laning support for Slay as well, and
because
maybe that's a call to kind of hide that Easy Love is.
Yeah, I know that Caitlyn Lux is a really strong lane, but I don't think you can do that when B's shown that he's so proficient on the Blitzcrank, because it can just remove Lux from the game if you just land a couple of hooks and suddenly she's very far behind. So they do go towards the Thresh, a bit more middle of the road, gives you a bit more of that tank line into the mid game too. Set was really important to EVOS in game 1. I don't think GAM can realistically pick up Cannon now, and if that is 𝗘𝗏𝗏𝗏's favored matchup into the Jace now that the Renekton's gone too, we're gonna have to see how deep he can dig into his pool.
Watch him pick it
anyway. There's always the option of the Ornn as well. That is a known 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 pick, as well as the Volibear if he wants something with a bit more lane pressure. But we have seen what is presumably the top side, and GAM going to this Lee Sin. We've seen Levi have stellar performances on it, and we've seen Levi kind of exit the game on it.
And we've also seen him go 6-0 in 11 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, and then going 9-0 in 30 minutes. We all remember that one. Maybe we see something like this again. I actually like this in the early game. It will be very explosive for sure. And Zorn is back on Nidalee. We haven't touched on this draft so much. It's his comfort pick. He is arguably in the series because Nidalee has been so good against teams like 𝗬𝗎𝗄𝗏. Yeah, sure. I hope he will have a performance similarly to last time there. And let's see what GAM is planning out. They removed the Blitzcrank from B, which I like because it was very crucial to the game 1 win of EVOS.
I wonder if EVOS plan away Cannon just because they think that GAM might play it, or they think, hey, the set did really well for us in game 1. I know that 𝗬𝗎 has only played it the one time this split, but he seemed to play relatively well around there. He did have some huge ults, just wasn't quite connected to his team.
Yes. And the removal of that Silas pick does indicate to me that they might want that cannon pick.
Wait, removal of Silas could also be @𝗚𝗏, right?
Could also be @𝗚𝗏. But
I know that there'll
with
be a
Braum
lot of
open,
angry casters, but definitely an option. Ooh, okay, that's another tank matchup. Yeah, okay, another tank matchup. That's the actual better tank. So now we have some team fighting, which is not so easily displaced by that set.
however, there is a lot of dive again, so maybe we do just see the Aphelios come out. Although, yes, Malphite is a very special type of dive.
Yes, Malphite wounds Aphelios day really well. He can CC him very long, and with his attack speed slowing also works.
We've got TH's Vladimir, a classic from him. One of his most well-known champs.
And Ashe has fallen all the way through the draft too. This is normally first rounded on red side if you see it. The number of AD carries still available.
Don't shoot dialogue as well.
Oh, no, it is still 𝗘𝗎𝗪 going towards his favorite.
I wouldn't mind the Ezreal get trying to escape the Malphite. With the
I would have liked the Kalista combative set because you could throw the set in and then land so much CC in one rotation. You know, 2 CC spells from set, then one from Kalista herself. But you cannot really fault him for picking Aphelios up. It is his signature champion in the playoffs. And we discussed banning the Aphelios in game 2. They did ban it, and it actually worked this time. So maybe the results-based analysis is proving us right here. But yeah, we get tier 1s right here. That's also an interesting pick for sure. It's a Vladimir counter.
I think that 𝗚𝗏𝗺's comp are low enough range that DR1 could just eventually get to that rise AP nuke status where you run up to him, Jason like hammer form, you die immediately.
That is true. However, 𝗚𝗏𝗺, known for their side lane play, have good split pushes, could set up a decent 1-3-1. However, we see both sides of the draft. GAM going for a very strong team fight. 𝗚𝗏𝗺 maybe having to play a little bit trickier.
I think that it's dangerous when you give DR1 a draft where he can succeed in, and this definitely sniffs like, it smells like one of those just on the eye test. I mean, smells like it on the eye test. Anyway, yeah, it just seems like it on first instincts. We do have mixed damage in side lanes. Jace might have to switch around with the Vladimir, give themselves some good side lane pressure. I'm also not disliking GAM side lanes either because they have the Caitlyn in the mid lane for wave split too.
Alright, well... Oh, sorry, Krincy?
I think in the vacuum, the draft is kind of like 𝗚𝗏𝗺 gets counterpicked in all lanes, but this is not how it turns out in VCS usually. I think what might be a problem for GAM might be the mid game where Caitlyn is not really strong and the Device is not that much of a machine gun mage yet, but I think overall their comp is about equally as rounded as the one from 𝗚𝗏𝗺, and I think they have it in game 3.
Alright, so we're sort of going towards GAM in this third game. But that's all from us for now. Take it away, caster boys.
Well, thank you, analyst boy, Mr. Malloy, making sure that we are ready to go. Just before we do get going, there is apparently a sync issue. Production, what's your timestamp?
Oh,
there's
I'm
no
in sync with
issue.
you.
All right, fair enough. For once, there's no sync issue. Here we go. We love that. Vladimir has come out.
So, Vladimir is not only a classic champ for TH, or formerly known as Europe, but also one of the strongest top lane counters into Malphite. So, seeing the current lane allocation is kind of weirding me out, because you should send your Vladimir into the Malphite matchup. Would be a wasted opportunity if you didn't do that. Especially because you then also force the Malphite into MR early on, which he really does not like to buy. So, I mean, they still have time to allocate their lanes a little bit differently. I really hope the Vladimir goes top lane. Let's see. Yeah, there we go.
Looks like
Zeros
it,
had
yeah.
Smith and Vladimir goes top lane. This is something these two teams do a lot of times. Very flexible solo laners. Of course, 𝗬𝗏 is basically the only mid laner of all the solo laners here. He hasn't really played top lane competitively, but even he likes to swap to the top lane from time to time. 𝗬𝗢 won a split in mid lane, and of course th is a top laner too. So this is something both of these teams are very familiar with and do quite a lot.
TH, bad start. Missed 2 of the first 3 minions. Not what you want to be doing. But this is a pretty easy lane for the Vladimir.
It is.
And
It is horrible for 𝗬𝗢.
Vladimir with a free lane your way. That's pretty spooky.
Yeah, and we have seen Vladimir kind of fall out of favor if you're not the Shy, because it takes so long to scale, and it does not offer any CC. So sometimes, especially in the ultra late game, if you're not absolutely perfect on your engage, you might be zoned away, might be bursted down, and burst down. And sometimes the Vladimir kind of fails to have the impact everyone expects him to have in the late game. But we've seen TH carry games, especially when he was the star player of QG, of course, last year.
Mm-hmm.
So I expect a lot from him, especially with this very free lane against a champion that can't do anything against Vladimir.
Yeah. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, I mean, if you've got a situation where the Vladimir can come out and go big, why not, right? Yeah, I think it's a really smart idea. Going that late game hyper carry is really smart. Look at the late game threats here from EVS. Vladimir and 𝗱𝗏𝗺 get that big Hemo Plague into the Infernum ult. No more GAM. Oh, 𝗀𝗏, this is risky. You are on half health, and that is a Lee Sin.
If 𝗀𝗏 gets the smite, he gets to level 4. So this is very, very important.
Ooh. It's a 3v3 for the 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀. 𝗬𝗏 takes a lot of damage, but they turn it around onto 𝗧𝗏. He's in a lot of trouble. Levi wants to get him, but takes the damage. Oh no, 𝗬𝗢 has gotten the kill. They're going to keep it going as well. There is the puddle. Slay has come all the way up from bot lane to try and have a little bit of impact. Oh, there's the resonating strike. 𝗀𝗏, he's walked straight into the thrash. Did not expect him to be there. Slay goes over the wall. Oh my word, it never stops. Now
𝗧𝗏 is back.
Oh, and 𝗧𝗏 is back. Good call. B has gotten here as well. And on the back half of the fight, yes, because this fight, even early on, Slay with a big break, a big brain play. I'm losing it already, Yulwei.
He has no flash though. He should be dead.
Chasing him down. He should be. The spear misses, but they have a lot of speed boost. They should be able to catch him up. The face breaker into the hammerfall.
So, you know how we talked to Jensen about the 400 gold scuttle crabs that happened every single time in EVOS against Team Secret? Let's one up that. That was 4 kills, so that's 1,400 gold scuttle crabs, or even more if you count assists. So, let's go. I want to see these fights in every single scuttle crab. That was quite excessive, and EVOS actually come out on top, even though it looked very much GAM favored. But GAM failed to secure more kills. Slay getting there first, but still not able to get another kill. Let's look at how this all transpired. 𝗀𝗏 in a pretty bad spot here, but they first turn their attention on 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏's level 4, gets a lot of damage done. And I think Levi, if Levi doesn't flash back, I think he's in a better position here. Slay already arrives, and it looks like he was going to get chased down. At least 𝗀𝗏 should have died here. TH somehow staying alive too, very surprising. But Slay then missing. Look at the TP already now. Yeah, this is very aggressive. Slay can't see the minions, to be fair. Slay can't see the minions. It looks worse in spectator client, because we see the minions, but he doesn't know that the minion wave is coming right there. So if there's no minion wave, he can flash over and Q. So
No. Because you can look at your minion wave.
I mean, yes, but that's a lot of brain cells you need to use there. So.
Fresh going over the wall by yourself. Like, he wasn't that low. He didn't die to one foot attack. I think that was pretty silly.
I think Ignite auto tech Q would have killed him, but yeah. Maybe should have looked at his own minion wave. Kind of unlucky that the minion wave was there to shield 𝗀𝗏. But in the end, it's EVOS coming out on top with a 1k gold lead roughly right now. And a nice 2-kill lead
Oh,
for
here we
𝗁𝗀.
go. B charging forward. 𝗁's arrives, slays the target. He used that flash up in the top side. He entered that one away, and now 𝗘𝗎𝗺 will benefit from the slay donations.
And it seems like 𝗘𝗎𝗺 always gets off to a great start on 𝗚𝗏𝑎𝑙𝑖𝑠. Every single game he starts with a 2v2 kill or an early kill in bot lane from a gank or anything. So his 𝗚𝗏𝑎𝑙𝑖𝑠 is never the real 𝗚𝗏𝑎𝑙𝑖𝑠 experience. Because he is always so accelerated. There's kind of the old 𝗚𝗏𝑎𝑙𝑖𝑠. The 𝗚𝗏𝑎𝑙𝑖𝑠 from 10, I don't even know, 9, 10.8, whatever the patch was. So let's see what he can do in this game. So far, his 𝗚𝗏𝑎𝑙𝑖𝑠 has been very successful. 3-0 in the semi-final and then one win, of course, already against GAM today.
Yeah, this is a much closer series than anyone really expected, I think. EVS.
Slay, you still don't have flash, by the way. You still don't have flash.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to go on him. That would be very aggressive. They just take that Cloud Drake. Do get that ultimate cooldown reduction. We'll have to see what rift we end up in about 5 minutes when the next dragon spawns.
So 𝗁𝗀's in a very strong position right now, and this Ryze needs more time to scale, so it's now on 𝗁𝗀's to impact the map and get an early advantage for his other lanes, because the early skirmish in his favor, 2 kills for him. He's now very far accelerated, but he needs to make this gold lead count and transition it into a victory for EVS, because he's going to be he's going to get outscaled inevitably by the Ryze in terms of AoE teamfight impact. The Jayce, even though I like him as a late game champion still, he does not hold a candle to Ryze. So let's see what he can do. Also full on early game build, no tier this time around. He wants to go for the immediate damage, the highest damage possible.
And I think that's correct. As you said, he doesn't hold a candle to the Ryze as the game goes on. So it should just be doing as much damage as you can now, getting your team ahead so that your 𝗚𝗏𝑎𝑙𝑖𝑠 and your 𝗏𝑑𝗎𝑚ir can handle the Ryze. It's actually pretty explosive in the late game, which is not something you'd expect these teams to draft for.
And so far we see a little bit of trades here across the map. No early swap from either side for the Herald, so no big Herald fight like in the very first game today, where EVS basically won the game of 2 Herald fights. So this time around, EVS actually giving up some top lane pressure for better bot lane control. They got the first dragon, of course, but not even an attempt here to contest the Herald. A little bit surprising. 𝗁 went to farm his bot side instead. He's 20 CS up over Levi, something we never say in the VCS. So kind of traded individual farm leads from the jungle for potential tower and gold lead for GAM with the first Herald.
Yeah, and Yulwei, we said that it's interesting for the Caitlyn Jayce trade, but this time it's kind of worked out. As I say it, Easy Love takes a lot of damage, but he does have a 20 CS lead.
Yeah, but he gave up a kill, so the 20 CS lead is not going to amount to much. And no platings.
He didn't give it up.
Fair enough. He's late. But once again, the platings are all still on the turret. And that is not something you expect with the Caitlyn lane. Caitlyn, Thresh into 𝗚𝗏𝑎𝑙𝑖𝑎's set should be able to get at least 2 platings before 14 minutes on their own. Not happening again. So yeah, he's playing better in terms of collecting CS and is not falling behind, which would be really unacceptable. He still gave a solo plate over to the 𝗚𝗏𝑎𝑙𝑖𝑎s, and the 𝗚𝗏𝑎𝑙𝑖𝑎s is still going to outscale him in the late game, so Easy Love needs to step it up a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I guess you need to really stamp your lead as the Caitlyn. But you're waiting. Hello, we have a little bit of contact.
It's a 𝗬𝗏𝗺 fight again. No objective,
Once
it's
more.
𝗬𝗏𝗺, so let's go. How much gold is this 𝗬𝗏𝗺 going to be worth? 112 only. That's disappointing. I expected some more here.
Ooh. Not good enough, VCS. How have you just let the turtle go out? Come on. Can't just let the turtle
Let's
make
take
it
a look at the
more.
top lane, though. We talked about this matchup. It was a counter pick who came out of the left field from EVS to counter the counter pick and swap the lanes there, and sending the set into bot lane instead of mid lane again.
Vladimir
𝗏 actually not doing too hot here in the top lane. Look at this. CS kind of even. He's permanently under his turret.
It's a though. Look, Yulwei, it's a bit of a bait because Zeros
I mean,
is
Kiai
here.
has flash and ultimate. He can't die.
He does, but still getting the Malphite ultimate out. He's also going really low because they're going to turn it around. The Realm Warp's here as well. TH is bamboozled, and quite frankly, he's been tricked. As now 𝗬𝗏 goes forward, does go for the Rune Prison, but it doesn't matter because Levi will steal the kill. Oh, it's a good accelerated shock blast on the other side. Zeros backs himself here.
He wants more.
Moving on in. He always wants more, and he's moving on up. Can he actually find anything?
Oh, Swan is here as well. Oh, Slay!
Sway out of nowhere with the big hook. Sorn regrets ever going into Zeros's Dark Carnival as he paid for it with his life.
Oh, is there still once more? Oh, no. This is
Not
not over
over.
yet. Oh, maybe it is
finally
now.
over with the recall.
What a play by 𝗂𝗧. Every sane person would have just ulted away. Instead, he waited for his other two top side players to arrive and then went back in on like 200 HP and then flashed out. So, what a risky play for 𝗂𝗧. He stayed alive in that whole fight, I think,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, he did,
And in the end, it was just a trade Levi for TH. Kill went over to Levi, while the other kill went over to Zeros. Yeah, Son in the end inting away the kill. Fair enough. That was after the play basically finished, though. So it's another kill for Zeros, which is quite nice. Look at this insane play from 𝗂𝗧.
How
Wow.
does he not pull the trigger on ulting away? Like,
it's
he's
very
got
impressive.
nerves of steel.
He does. Levi lets another very nice Q, but then Zeros responds with a very good Q of his own.
we go
No,
back to
no
the
time for
fight.
that.
Replays in the VCS as Thorn has been caught out. 𝗬𝗏 gifted the kill. And it's all going GAM's way for the last little bit.
And now it's a
Something's
jungler
going
down
your
for
way.
Dragon. This should be another free Dragon here. B and
Don't think
Diffkit.
I think they might have something to say about this. They're lying in wait. There are pings on the Dragon.
No, they want to
Ooh,
go on
they're
easy
gonna
love.
go to
Easy love a little bit
They're going
overextended.
to easy love observers. Come on. He just flashes, but it will be easy love's flash traded for a Dragon. You take those.
Yeah, and in the end, the Dragon was, of course, basically secured when they caught Son in transition in the river. Son a little bit over-aggressive for the last few plays. Very nicely done from Slay. Good one. And that was basically blind. There was no ward. Oh, there was a blind hook. They must have seen him go into the river, so it's some very nice calculations, some mad life predictions here from Slay to get the kill and the Dragon, and now 2 kills for 𝗬𝗏. He got spoon-fed the last 2 kills, Son back to back, giving the gold over to the scaling mid laner, and 𝗬𝗏's rise is very scary. We saw it in the semi-final, game 5, I believe, against Flash, where in the late game, they actually won every single fight against Flash, and Flash had to win the game with the backdoor from Baron, because they couldn't win against 𝗬𝗏's rise anymore. So him getting 2 kills bodes very well for GAM's chances in late game team fights.
Absolutely does. This Vladimir as well getting baited. There's the unstoppable force. There was no pool, and 𝗂𝗧 is rock solid.
And this Vladimir is not solid at all so far. Not getting a lead on 𝗂𝗧. One of the best matchups for Vladimir. This was picked as a counter pick. Last pick, basically, on blue side, of course. It's never going to be the very last pick. But 𝗂𝗧 overextended now. This should be a very easy kill.
Yeah, this is pretty easy. They just don't want to give Zeros the kill, but it's unavoidable. So that Jace will go up to 4 kills now. That's a spooky hammer man.
There is. And last game we saw how much Jace can do in the hands of 𝗬𝗏. Can Jace do the same when Zeros is piloting him? So far, I'm actually very, very impressed by Zeros' mid lane play. He has never really played mid lane for a longer while, but every time he goes mid lane in the playoffs, he has been performing great. Out farming, out pressuring the enemy mid laner, even against high caliber players like 𝗬𝗏. Of course, matchup plays a big role as well. It's Rise into Jace. Jace is always going to have early pressure on the Rise and on the map, but it's still very impressive to see.
It is. Now, let's sort of check back in with how items are going, because Vladimir hasn't completed an item. He's got the bargain bin. But it is an Infinity Edge on both ADCs. Which of these ADCs actually spikes harder here?
That's an interesting question. I
It is.
would probably say one item to one item. It's probably Caitlyn, especially if she gets a trap or something. Because she has more, the damage potential is a little bit higher with her headshots and stuff. So I'd say just IE to IE is probably Caitlyn. But then we have a little bit of attack speed already built up for 𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀, so it might already be swinging into his favor and going more into the Aphelios side of things. Because he's definitely going to outscale pure auto tech traits. But yeah, Caitlyn in a decent position, better than in the last 2 games, and 𝗚𝗔𝗢 finally able to stand up to 𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀.
Very true. The siege on the mid lane.
Oh!
Here from EVS. The shock blasts deal a lot of damage your way.
Shock
𝗚𝗔𝗢 got
Blast Spear and
chunked.
𝗚𝗔𝗢 basically needs to go back to base. That's a free kill. Oh, 𝗚𝗔𝗢!
Oh! Ooh! That was really close. He's going to throw out an ace in the hole.
He likes to live dangerous. Hoi, hoi, hoi.
Oi, 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 my boy. That was a lot of turrets taken.
Indeed. We're so focused on all the poke damage that we kind of lost all the turrets going down here. That's EVS breaking mid lane in a turret. That's a lot of pressure and a lot of vision line being able to be advanced for EVS. That is especially dangerous for EVS's very aggressive Baron trade their plays. Because now there's no turret stopping them from advancing into the topside jungle, getting very deep wards down, and whenever they see anyone from GAM showing too far away from Baron, they can just run at Baron. Their Baron speed is insane this game. Everyone brings damage, even the support, honestly. So this should be another game where GAM has to be on top of their game to prevent the Baron play from happening. We saw it in game 1, we saw it in game 2. It's going to happen again. This is one of EVS's staple plays.
It's true. EVS, they cook by the book, and part of that recipe is an early snuck Baron buff. But I mean, I think GAM has the tools to rumble with them there. They've got Dia1 up to that 2nd rank of the ultimate. Of course, it's not the level 16 rise, but it is already whipping bombs. Around that Baron pit, Kiaya, Dia, looking pretty scary your way.
Oh yeah.
Report, got a dragon fight.
So GAM this time first to the fight, but EVS does not want to let this go easily. Zeros is approaching quickly. Where's TH at? TH very far behind them, and he was spotted. Oh no!
Yeah. Oh, the big play coming out of the support, though, dealing a lot of damage, getting a lot of CC. Kiaya in the middle of the enemy team, trying to do what he can. Slay gets the first
Dia1?
to be. Dia1's low. He goes down. Kiaya will follow him. This is looking dangerous. 𝗚𝗔𝗢 goes for the ace in the hole, but just paints a big target on his own head for Zeros. Takes him down. Levi and Slay are the only ones left standing. Zeros doesn't want to let them escape. Look at this man. Stop. Zeros, let them escape.
Take the dragon.
What are you doing? Go to the dragon.
Take the dragon. Well, the dragon is going to be very easy to collect here anyway, so they want to get even more. Very greedy play from EVS, something Flash maybe would not do here. So we definitely see the tendencies of the teams shining through all the plates here. But very nice team fight again from EVS. I think GAM solo laners overestimated the damage. But have they waited too long? GAM, Dia1 is here.
Dia1 back. He deals a lot of damage. Sorn is going to pick up the dragon on the other side, but can these two actually get out? There's the puddle. 𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀 gets away from the Lee Sin Q. Stop, 𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀. Okay, they're going to back off.
There should be another turret in top lane. Look at top lane. In the meantime, EVS is group top lane. This should just be a very easy turret. So GAM kind of chasing their losses way too far, way too long as well. Even teleporting Dia1 back in to get him to kill back. Dragon was already gone, so that's at best 2 kills. And where are you going to go with those 2 kills? Baron is too far away. So GAM kind of losing their way in this whole play. I want to see a replay of the team fight, because the 2 solo lanes for GAM misplayed this fight horribly. I thought they might have thought they are better or stronger than they are already. Felt like they thought they were already in late game mode for Ryze and Malphite. Not the case.
It was a bit ugly, missing a Q on the Scuttle Crab, but he cleans it up.
But look at the top of the screen. 4k gold lead now for EVS. Once again, in the better position in the mid game. Last game, they kind of threw it away. Good place from GAM for sure. But they're once again in a better position at 20 minutes. And if they get Baron here, they're going to go to 6k, and that should be enough to bring them over the line and bring them into the lead of 2-1 here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But, I mean, it's still
Out with the Baron.
a tricky situation. And there it is, 𝗃𝗏𝗺. They're on top of a Scuttle Crab. This is in full vision. Not the greatest guns for 𝗱𝗏𝗺. He can't really charge up the chakrams. This isn't actually that quick. 𝗁 lost all his health.
Yeah, that was not the way to go. Two-man Baron on top of Scuttle Crab. Nah, two-man Baron almost always signals you want to sneak it, while as someone else fake pressures other lanes. So if you know you're on top of all the vision, just run it with 5 members. Or don't, because 2 men on vision is not advisable. So that he was luckily backed off for now, but they're definitely still in the vicinity and they want to set up the Baron. You know it. You have seen games from EVOS. They are all about the Baron.
It's true. 𝗁 a little bit caught out. Has to actually burn his flash there. Was a bit.
Oh, what is
scared.
happening?
Now by engage. 𝗧𝗏 flies in. There's an Infernum. Oh, a good flash from 𝗃𝗀𝗃. Didn't really need to use the stopwatch, but used it for safety. They do well.
Oh, TH!
That's 2 kills. TH going absolutely massive. Apparently, this game, he is a universal recipient of GAM's gold. As they push forward into the mid lane, and this is going to be an inhib. Are they
Wait, they're posturing very aggressively. They want to use this wave.
Yep, they're
26
going for
seconds.
the
Oh,
game.
solo lane is so dead. Levi, what?
Did? Oh no! 𝗧𝗏 going forward. He desperately tries to clear the minions. He gets
Very
a couple,
tanky.
but it's not enough. This is it.
It should be
This
game.
is
Oh, they
game.
don't have a minion. They don't have minions. Can they do it in time?
8 seconds on
dear one,
they have
8
to
seconds.
come off. I mean,
Oh, this is
they can
so
still try and burst
dangerous.
him out. Tower's going down.
5 members
Can they hit
on
the
Nexus.
Can 𝗃𝗀𝗃 do it? There's the Rise ult going into the back line. Not really where you want to be.
Nexus?
They're hitting
What?
the Nexus. EVOS get game 3. Oh my word. It just ended out of nowhere.
23 minutes, no Baron. I talked all about the Baron, spent like 5 minutes talking up EVOS' Baron, and then they just take a mid lane fight, very good initiation from the support, and out of nowhere, just use the wave, go super aggressive, very assertive into the enemy base, and both solo laners are down, so no one really can stand up to them. The game ends. And now GAM face elimination, not in the final, but in the game to qualify for finals. EVOS was not supposed to be here. They started these players in the lower bracket, and they might just win against GAM, one of the strongest teams.
That they might, Yulwei. And we are faced with unprecedented possibilities. GAM not making the finals. And remember, had this been a normal year, that would mean they didn't go to Worlds. Thankfully, they dodged that dishonor, should they lose next game. We hope you are enjoying the show. We'll be back with our analyst to try and figure out what the hell happened in just a few minutes. Thank you for tuning in to VCS English.
Welcome back after a very surprise win for EVS, able to just take the Nexus when everyone least expected it. Krincy, that said, throughout the game, it looks like that GAM might actually have this early game in the bag, especially around those top lane players.
It was kind of the opposite from what I expected there. They played over the 400 gold 𝗬𝗀𝗃𝗀 there, as Yulwei stated earlier. And yeah, it didn't go too well for GAM. They instantly lost the fight 4-1. And yeah, what I kind of anticipated was the weak mid game from GAM with the Caitlyn, with the Ryze not being scaled up yet, was very well punished by EVS. Congrats to them, I guess, at their side there, that they actually managed to be very clutch there and even ended the game really quickly when they had the chance to. I like it when teams do that, because that can backfire really badly if you don't do it probably.
Yes, there has been many a situation of overreaching for that final Nexus damage. But Nymaera, we got that. But leading up to that, we saw, as I was saying, we saw that they had that 𝗬𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗀, and then just Kiaya managing to outplay the dives against him.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that this is Kiaya outplaying the dive against him after there was a lot of lane swap shenanigans from the players of EVS once more. So Kiaya also had that extra factor in there, because we talked about it a little bit as soon as we saw the full drafts, but we saw that there was the AP and AD, so mixed damage solo lanes. They managed to switch it around, so Kiaya didn't have necessarily the best laning matchup. Didn't necessarily affect him in that situation, though. The guy's just a really good player. Wasn't enough to close out the game, though, because EVS were just so lethal in this game. And as Krincy was saying, it's very nice to see that, because it shows the confidence which EVS have. Now they have themselves the 2-1 lead.
Yes, and this lead is in no small part thanks to the ability of 𝗁𝗏 able to get ahead quite a bit on this Jace, and Jace turning out to be very high priority.
Huge. Yeah.
Huge priority.
We've seen it first pick for the last 2 games. It wasn't in game 1, I don't think. But yes, for the last 2 games, it has been first pick banned. I think it needs to be banned now. If you are GAM, whoever is on red side, just cannot let this pick go through. It's winning lane. It's then getting to the point where you have a multitude of build options to carry into the mid game, where a lot of the picks which the other team is playing aren't really online yet. We talked about it with the Ryze, with the Caitlyn. This Jace is in the point of power at the point in the game where the game is really turning about.
Right. And
yeah, certainly. And you cannot just give the Jace up there. I mean, it's more important than the Renekton and the Caitlyn for sure, the series. I mean, we saw EasyLove this game again. He got the Caitlyn and he really didn't shine through there. He is really the problem for GAM in this series. And we keep saying it, but it just doesn't change. And I'm sorry to this guy, but yeah, they need to find a different solution there. Don't give the Aphelios again to 𝗃𝗃𝗃 and maybe flip it up completely in the bot lane, because this is not working out for GAM whatsoever.
Also, remember that the Ashe was available this game too, and so GAM played that in game 1 and it didn't work, don't get me wrong, but it's still better than this Caitlyn. The Caitlyn is just like, we've talked about this a number of times now. GAM are not playing well around Caitlyn, which you need to play to the bot side of the map. Just play something utility. I don't care if it's a Jhin. At this point, it's going to be more useful than a Caitlyn that's not really got the team fight set up for it.
And well, we currently have, with all that, we currently have EVS up 2-1. 𝗁𝗏, of course, has never missed a finals. Neither has Levi. And Levi is currently on the ropes. What can he do to make sure he's not the one whose streak ends today?
You want to say this, Krincy?
Yeah, Krincy, go for it.
Yeah, he needs to find a carry champion for himself. He needs, like, the 𝗁𝗏 he played most of the games. He needs something like the Graves, maybe. Nidalee was always given to Thorn the last 2 games. Maybe he needs to pick this champion, because the Lee Sin hasn't really worked out, and whatever he played before didn't work out either. I'm just forgetting what pick it was, because it wasn't really visible in the game.
Yeah, I mean, so he played the Nidalee, and then he played the Karthus, and then he played obviously the Lee Sin this game, whereas on the other side, Thorn at least started to pick up the Gragas. Maybe that's something he goes towards too.
And as we are moving into draft, GAM is looking for their way to get through this game, force a game 5, and try to reach the finals where they can fight back again and get revenge on Flash. Because if not, This is going to be massive for them. This is going to be massive for EVS getting to that finals.
Oh, given the how the regular split played out and how EVS were they fifth in the regular season?
Coming in as the 5th seed in playoffs,
Huge.
it instantly seeded into the lower bracket, making a massive run. Can they make it all the way through? We're seeing very much the same bans. GAM is back on the blue side, similar bans to Game 2. Do we see that Jace ban or the Lucian? Now EVS has to choose.
They do. I think this time though, because Set's been banned, I think GAM are okay playing the 𝗀𝗏 into the Jace again. That matchup was not the problem. Carter's going to be banned, so actually Lucian and Jace left up. That's ballsy by EVS. Yeah.
It means if GAM takes the Lucian for Dia, that EVS can respond with the Jace themselves. Now, Krincy, we haven't seen Dia's Lucian in a while. What do we want to see paired with it from Levi?
I think what Nymaera hit the nail on the head right there. I think they can trade the Lucian for the Jace now, and then maybe they get Caitlyn themselves. Maybe EVS picks it now. They actually prefer the middle, so now they can respond with something like the Caitlyn in the top lane and the Caitlyn.
Yeah.
They probably don't want to pick both because you are bound to get counter picked there, but actually might as well do it here, because when you have all your star carries on your comfort champs and have something like a band-aid fix for easy love where you cannot be completely useless. The Jhin, we addressed it earlier, is also an option that brings some utility to this bot laner and might be the solution there for Gummy Spot.
And Easy Love's Jhin is very good, but Slay is back on the board. Nymaera, you're not happy about that.
Oh, there are so many priority picks which take precedence over that. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Oh no.
I'm not too happy with this. Alright, so at least Jhin Bard is pretty good at setting up things, and it denies the Bard against the Jhin. Okay, that's the Aphelios locked in. What that means is that Dia 1, if he has to dash into a really fed Aphelios, he just dies, even though he's very proficient on this pick. DivKid has been playing so well this series. EVS have themselves a strong position in this draft. And Levi hasn't even got his hands on a jungler yet, so he's going to have his pool very stretched.
And
And Gum needs to win the Blitzcrank now.
Yeah, and they can take away the premier AP junglers of Gragas and Shyvana. Maybe we don't get to see... Maybe we have to see something a little more special out of GAM. Do we see the Zac come through?
I wonder if EVS banned the 𝗀𝗏 instead, because they don't have... Well, they banned away... Well, they banned away the Gragas and they banned away... And the set is also banned. It's going to be the Shyvana instead. I think this is now a decent draft for 𝗀𝗏 to get it stuck in the middle of things with the 𝗀𝗏, because there's no real prominent disengaged champion which EVS have tended to play in the series left up.
And they need that AP threat. If they can't get it from the jungler, the Silas also taken away from TH, presumably.
I mean, unless he's been practicing Evelyn, just
The
saying.
Braum is open for B.
I think that's a decent pick. I think that would be pretty decent right now, because Braum is so good into Jhin too. You just don't do any damage on that champion if Braum is around. He barely does damage when there is a Braum in the game, some might say. However, they're going towards the engage option instead, and Nautilus locked in. And again, that's pretty good with the Aphelios. Really, really good burst combo there.
I would have preferred the Braum though, because you would also deny a potential on from 𝗀𝗏. They went the Silas out because I think they considered the on themselves. Now they maybe don't do it. Maybe they want a carry for 𝗀𝗏 because they certainly need carries in the solo lanes. And maybe it's just the right option to just go full damage here, go Jhin, Bard, Lucian, Cannon, and pick something less of a carry for Levi actually. We wanted him on a carry, but maybe if Levi also goes on a carry now, it might be one too much. And the Zac might be the right fit there because he's a solid engage.
We saw the Zac against Cerberus, and
There
it
you
is
go.
locked in, giving that front line extremely long range engage for the side of GAM with the follow-up from the side of Jhin and Bard. This could be very explosive from the side of GAM. EVS considering
If the Vladimir gets locked in, and it is, this game is now an arms race. This is when everyone is starting to like have those itchy trigger fingers. It is, who can counter dive the hardest? As soon as Zac dives in, Vladimir wants to flash onto the backline, lay down the ult, lay everything down, and try and just put enough damage down because there is only one tank in the Zac, and he's already in your backline. Whereas on the other side, you've got the cannon trying to do the same thing. You've got Lucian trying to dance around. There's a lot of damage numbers to keep track of here.
And I wonder how EVOS set up the lanes there, because last game they kind of decided they countered themselves, but they actually ended up switching up both solo lanes and ended up with one okay and one great matchup. The Vladimir, however, loses to both Lucian and Cannon in the early game, I think. So it might be a problem for them there. Let's see how they will play out with the lane assignments there, because this will be very important, I think.
I would imagine Hero goes, well, sorry, TH goes back into the top lane. I think you lose that lane less. And also Jace has a better chance at keeping the Lucian down. But that said, I'm not analyzing today. What are your thoughts on these final drafts? And who do you think is going to win?
Okay, I think TH was really good in Game 3. This Jace has been such a point of contention. However, GAM have finally got themselves a utility AD carry and a way for their bot lane maybe to have a bit better impact. I think I'm going to give it over to GAM. It's not particularly confident.
Nymaera thinks Game 5, Krincy.
I'm
what
not
do you think?
confident either. I think we will get a Game 5 here as well, yeah. Let's roll the 𝗃 after this one.
Alright, we're all... The desk is thinking we're going to see a Game 5. Casters, take it away.
And of course, we want the Game 5. It wouldn't be the VCS without randomly going all the way, would it, Yulwei?
Nope. And I also think the analyst desk is kind of getting very GAM focused here, because every single time we get the reins of the cast, they say GAM wins, and in the end GAM doesn't win. I'm not sure why. But, I mean, we all want the 5 games, of course, but this is another cannon for 𝗂�ey𝗓, and the first time didn't go too well, so I'm a little bit cautious.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, 𝗂𝗎 did get Lucian. He's very good at that champion, but yeah, it's 𝗂𝗧 who didn't do super well on the cannon, and then 𝘁 who kind of played for the enemy team on Bard. You know, analysts, you know, check your biases. But no, I want them to be right because I want a Game 5. I want that 𝗃𝗃𝗏𝗃, except it's just Mark Z on repeat.
Oh no, please no. Well, we are back to Levi Zac. He started the playoffs with 2 Zac games, never went back to play the Zac again, so kind of surprised to see it out of nowhere here. No double AD setup for the solo laners, instead an AP solo laner, so a little bit less effective in the top lane, especially also against Vladimir, who can get away quite easily. Face rush Vladimir, so hard to catch, so I don't think this Zac is going to play around topside as much as he did in the very first playoff match against 𝗃𝗏𝗏, where he basically just hard camped top lane, of course.
Speaking of ganks, though, it's going to be early on in the mid lane, and they get 𝗂𝗎's flash.
Oh, they forced his flash. So 𝗁 just jumping in his face and auto-attacking him to death with the red buff. So another early mid lane gank from 𝗁 on the Nidalee. Always level 2 after the first buff into a gank. That's very unusual for Nidalee. It seems to be 𝗁's strategy to get 𝗂𝗎 on the back foot. Because of course, 𝗂𝗎, game 2, he outplayed the gank, so it's quite risky. Didn't expect this to happen again.
Yeah, didn't quite have as much turn damage as the Jace
He was still level 1 this time, so actually made it in time here.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Levi hovering around this mid lane, but he is actually just going to keep on farming it up. Has done a good job clearing out his jungle. He's a camp ahead of the Nidalee, but the Nidalee should be able to catch up pretty easily.
So we're trading sides right now. Levi is top side and is going to get the top side scuttle, and Nidalee is most likely going to get bot side scuttle. It's a little bit riskier for her though, as we can see. Bot lane priority right now sits with GAM, so GAM could try to contest this one. Mid lane is also GAM prio, so if they want to hurt 𝗁 and 𝗁's pathing really badly, they could try to force this scuttle crab, and we already see some pinks here. 𝘁 with the early roam, and an early reset from EasyLove. It seems like 𝗁 is going to get away with this one. Very greedy pathing. We have the scuttle crab trait.
Yep, it is not going to be a 4v4 fight over the scuttle crab this game. Both teams decide to scale it back a little bit and just chill out and Have we gotten to 3 minutes 40 without first blood this series? I think
And
this is
the very first
time.
game was a little bit slower as well, I believe.
True.
We had a lot of skirmishes in the second and third game, and now we're back to scaling. Of course, EVOS especially likes to scale up a little bit more. Vladimir in the top lane and in the bot lane, of course, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. They don't really mind a quieter early game, especially that Vladimir in the top lane. The analyst talked about the matchup being much worse, but I believe this matchup is playable for Vladimir. It's not the greatest, of course. He's going to get pushed in and going to lose some CS under turret, but he shouldn't ever die or be close to dying here against Kennen. So more time for TH to just get some farm under his belt, get some items, and then impact the big team fights like he did in the last game.
We'll have to see. I think they might have a bit of a problem dealing consistent damage. Lucian with the short range and all that. But look at this, Yulwei. We have a lot of men
no
around.
flash.
Oh, the flash E. That's a purple gun on the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. There is absolutely no escape for Dia, and it's given over to 𝗵𝘂𝗫.
Yeah, and if you can't deal with the star player on the other side, just ganking with 4 members over and over again, and maybe he can't really do much against that. Interesting engage from 𝗁𝗏 there. In sacking. Oh, now it's the counter engage time, but that's support and jungle. That's not a lot of damage between the two of them.
Attack as well, but there's the deadly flourish. Doesn't quite land, but the goo arm does. Sword has to flash away.
So they force one counter flash, but they lose a lot of time and give 𝗵𝘂𝗫 the time to collect the wave after already getting the first blood here. So in the end, 𝗁 fancying another fight. He's a level ahead, but no smite.
Oh, but
wait,
look
what's
at this.
going on?
What? Okay, that happened.
So 𝗁𝗏's traded with Slay. It's a kill back for Dia1, which is actually very beneficial for GAM, especially because Dia1 was also able to get the whole wave and hit level 6 first. So what happened here? This is, just once again, 𝗁𝗏's teleporting in very deeply for no reason whatsoever. He knew that the enemy was on his team's Raptors.
Yulwei. We've had
another 1-for-1 trade. Thank you for the replay.
What is going on?
So 𝗁 died for Dia1. Did Dia1 get the kill is the important question, because that's 2 kills for Dia1 then, and the strategy kind of backfiring for EVOS to hard focus Dia1 here in the early game. Let's see.
We'll have to find out, and maybe I angered a dark god when I said this was a slow game.
So
let's have a look at what happened here.
Oh, B with a perfect hook, and Dia1 is basically dead here already, but for some reason 𝗁 decides to die. Dia1 could have actually just run away there. Oh.
Yeah,
well, everyone wanted to accelerate the game a little bit. If you have more kills, we have more gold in the game, which means item timings are quicker and we get earlier team fights. And we all know both of these teams just want to get the team fighting stage anyway. So fair enough. Everyone just dying left, right, and center to get more kills on the game. 5 kills in 7 minutes.
This is speeding up rapidly, but talk to me here. There's a few different picks. The 𝗁𝗏 in particular. Where does the 𝗁𝗏 want to start fighting? Because he operates a little bit differently from other tanks.
Yeah, the 𝗁𝗏 is mostly an engage bot and brings a lot of CC. He doesn't really deal too well with champions like 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, in my opinion, if he doesn't have a dive buddy, because 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 does a lot of damage to burst him down. So the 𝗁𝗏 is just going to buy some time, and then Dia1 should come from the flank together with Nymaera to lock down the kills. Last time they played the Kennen, of course, Levi was on Nidalee, and he couldn't really contribute to the engage, so now they went back to 𝗁𝗏. 𝗁𝗏 can start the fight on his own account, so I like this adaptation a lot. Last time they struggled to dive into the backline with Nidalee, so now they have more divers. They brought more divers with 𝗁𝗏 and Levi. In the very first series against Cerberus, actually had 526 DPM playing 2 games of 𝗁𝗏, so this champion can still bring a lot of damage to the team fight.
Yeah, it's true, particularly when the enemy team is so happy to 5v5 you, so all of your goopy goodness is hitting multiple people. I hate the words I just said. I ran them in my head and then realized that sounded horrible, and I apologize.
Well, it's time for Herald. Let's forget about those and get new words in, as Herald is going to be another big fight. He was already first on the objective, and GAM does not want to let this go.
4K helper here on the Rift Herald, down to 3.6 now. The eye opens, it's pointing towards GAM, makes it a lot easier for them. 𝗀 scared.
Where's this kid going?
Pops the blast cone, he's just going for a whoosh through the sky. But this looks like a Herald. Oh, that's a lot of CC. The Bard's done into the Deadly Flourish. DivKid can't really operate in this fight yet. Kiaya goes in, gets the Maelstrom going, but they're having to run into the 𝗱𝗃𝗎 turret. Doesn't matter, DivKid goes down. It's followed up with Easy Love playing the high damage AD carry and picking up the easy kill.
And I was scared for GAM because so far the Herald fights... Oh no, never mind. It's Struggle being picked up at the end.
Comes out, and Levi gets another kill, spidered away by B.
Makes it even better. There was a solo kill in the meantime in mid lane too. 𝗁's dying to 𝗬𝗊1, so GAM winning on all fronts. I'm not sure who collected the Herald. I believe it was 𝗚, so at least it's not going to be the first turret immediately. But it's still a big fight victory for GAM, and finally they are able to win an early skirmish against 𝗚, even though 𝗚 was first on the objective. Oh man. Lucian solo kills, man. They do not look very exciting, but at least it's still a very good play for 𝗬𝗊1. And I mean, this is just Zek engaged. He can tank forever because he has his passive ready. So at this stage of the game, I talked about how 𝗱𝗺lius is able to kill Zek in the late game quite easily. It's not late game yet, and he had his passive. That's way too much HP to work through for 𝗱𝗺lius this early on in the game. So even though he hit him from the start of the fight, he was not able to take Levi down. Instead, Levi able to take DivKid down, and now it's a 6-3 kill lead.
Yeah, it's the 1.5k gold lead as well. But both gold leads, both gold totals, I should say, quite far ahead of where they normally would be in this stage of the game. It's going to be, looks like lethality Jace here. 𝗁os wants to go for the early damage. Makes sense. As they could go for the Dragon Snowball. It's guaranteed to be an active Rift this game.
Yeah, 𝗚's got the first dragon, as in almost every game. This is something we definitely observed in this series. 𝗚's better on dragons. Where is 𝗀 going? Just calling back. Recalling to base. Okay.
Oh, statues, Yulwei. There are statues. Okay.
Yeah, Slay mulled over if he wanted to actually continue this engage, but it looked a little bit dangerous there.
What just happened?
I mean, why not? He tried.
Oscar's
now
there's
no Bard ultimate now for the Herald, so now it's a prime opportunity to use Herald in top lane or mid lane to actually get some plates here, and a little bit of gold back for 𝗚s as they fallen down 2k at 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's getting very scary, and the possibilities of a game 5 are looking more and more likely. It turns out our analysts are just really good at their job, and we're the ones who are inting.
Well, it has been a lot of back and forth here, and
It has.
𝗚1 was very far ahead in the last game. 8-2, I believe, was his score in one of the fights, and they still lost the game. So I'm not ready yet to write 𝗚s off here. Their team fighting, their skirmishing in the mid game has been stellar, all of players, and especially today and the last series. There is a big lead for 𝗬𝗊1 in terms of gold, and his first item is quite hard to deal with for 𝗁os. I think in a short lane he can at least survive. But as soon as 𝗬𝗊1 is sent into a side lane, look at him, there he is. DivKid very far forward.
Oh yeah, DivKid's in a lot of trouble here. He's wiggling those arms, but there's no chance of an escape. As there it is, the slimy Sultan came on in.
Very nice counterplay. GAM knows well that 𝗚s wants all the gold on DivKid, so it was very clear that they would try to give DivKid solo gold for the turret plates. So the GAM used that opportunity to punish, and will get the dragon back as well. So no Dragon Snowball for 𝗚s, another good play from GAM. They seem to have calmed down after some of the earlier mistakes in the series, and they're now ready to fight for their final spot.
Yeah, this is getting more and more exciting, as now it's a 1-for-1 on one stack each, I should say, on the Dragons. We head to an Ocean Rift, the most powerful of souls, according to most people. Hang on a minute. I was going to ask you a question, but they're going under tower. They want to bully 𝗘𝗊𝗪. He deals a lot of damage. The Slay ult will turn. Oh, God, Tier 1 still firing. That's going to be 5 members of GAM now on the bot side.
On so many good punishes on 𝗘𝗊𝗪. They knew he had no flash. The top lane fight is still only 5 minutes ago, so the flash only just coming off cooldown in the next few seconds. Which means that's another easy kill, another easy dive. Levi is so tanky on this champion, especially if he hits his first E. That's an immediate aftershock proc, so he can't even die to the turret. Nice job from Slay, finally stepping up on the Spard pick once again to prevent the counter kill from the turret, of course. Now 𝗬𝗢𝗢, a little bit of pickle.
Not really. He's got the electric terrain up. Those
he's
CCs
fast.
can't land. He's a quick boy. He's got his shoes on tight.
So something that has come to my attention in this game is how much B wants to force fights and plays around the solo laners, especially around 𝗳𝗏. He's permanently grouped with 𝗳𝗏 and trying to fish for grabs, to fish for small little picks on the enemy team. Not very successful so far. 1-0-1, only 2 kill participations. Of course, the whole team only has 3 kills, so it's not too bad.
𝗘𝗊𝗪 is.
Yeah, rightfully so. At least he has his flashback.
He thinks if he sticks his nose out, there's just going to be a big green ball landing on his head.
And he's still so far off a spot where he can actually fight the 𝗁 effectively.
I mean, fighting 𝗁 must be a nightmare. Like, look what he'd do to your clothes. Even if you killed him, it'd just be a pain to get it all cleaned.
Yes. I mean, this 𝗁 is just annoying. It's one of those gems that's just annoying.
He's 2-0-4.
Yeah, he deals a lot of damage, surprisingly so. But all these weird tank gems, they are just way too tanky for their items, like 𝗁, like Nunu. There's going to come a time where the hypercarry is going to be able to deal with them, but in the mid game, they are just big sacks of HP. It's just, you can't get past them. And 𝗁 is 2 times the HP, of course, because of his passive, so it's just so hard to deal with this 𝗁. And, I mean, so far, GAM is undefeated on this 𝗁 pick. Looking good once again.
It has been super impressive. It's such a strange pick as well for them, Levi. Normally that carry jungler, but he just randomly brings out this off-meta tank and carries. It's pretty absurd, the things he can do. And it's looking good for them in this game. They're, 2k gold ahead, met just a little bit over. And I don't know where it kind of starts for EVS. I don't know where the counter snowball begins.
Yeah, I think we have to keep our eyes on the item or inventory is the word I was looking for TH and 𝗘𝗊𝗪, of course, because those are the 2 late game hyper carries, the Vladimir and the 𝗚𝗏𝗪. 𝗚𝗏𝗪 still, I think he should have his first item on this back now, but 17 minutes first item is not great. On the other side of the map, TH working on the second item, a little bit cheaper when it comes to itemization, but these 2 items don't really bring them. Highest DPS ever. It's much more cooldown focused. So TH still far away from carrying this game, and GAM needs to accelerate more. They need to get more turrets, and it looks like they are working on just that.
Yeah, that should be the mid tower broken open. Easy Love should be able to get the shots in. B gets rooted up, and here he comes once again. Levi looking to dive in, doing it well. Thorn, just dodges away.
That's a turret and another kill. GAM getting further and further ahead. It's almost 3k right now. Is that enough to win the game, though? Apologies. They have some strong scalers as well. Very good team fighting in the late game. I think they get overwhelmed by the sheer amount of damage on the other side when it comes to ultra late game. But I think they're not really on a timer for now.
Ooh, teleport
Tier1 might be in.
Tier1 wants to go for the solo kill on 𝗳𝗏. He pulls out the culling, but it is going to be the poisonous blood. But 𝗳𝗏 was low.
Yeah, 𝗳𝗏 is very scared. This Lucian is a big powerhouse now. 4 and 3 in kills. 2 items completed. He can't, 𝗬𝗎 can't really deal with him anymore because he has so much HP to work with, so much sustain too, and 𝗬𝗎's going for the full team fight itemization, so no specific matchup change, so no early heal reduction or anything that would help against Dilution. Instead, he just focuses on his team fight impact, his poke, which does not help in the 1v1, and we can see that time and time again. Second dragon for Levi, nice to have too, but of course, the dragon, the full soul is still far away, so this is going to be a little bit of a quieter period when it comes to that objective.
This is a hard one to call. It's coming up to Baron time, and we know what that means for EVS. They'll look to go around that one, but I don't know if they can approach a pit. I don't think they can fight the 𝗁 in the pit.
Yeah, 𝗁 is really annoying right now. He doesn't really have armor though. Went for early cooldown reduction. He's level 11, so if he went for cooldown in his runes as well, he should be at something like 30% almost. So a lot of spells, but not a lot of armor. So if 𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀 gets some time, and if 𝗬𝗎 gets some time to cut through all the HP, he is not that tanky, honestly, against the 2 80 damage dealers. He only is sitting on like 2.5k HP, so should be possible to kill him if he overextends into you. And we've seen this from GAM today. Some disjointed fights, especially when it comes to initiations. TH.
Oh no.
Yes,
Can
Flash.
he dodge? Oh, he dodges 1, he dodges 2, and he's out of there.
That's 𝗚𝗎𝗄𝗏. All the spells at the same time, though. It's very smooth. Nicely done.
It's 𝗚𝗚𝗄𝗏 forehead smash. You want to hit all your spells at once, you just line up that old head with your QWER.
Well, it was successful this time. He didn't even have to flash. I thought he had to flash away there, but nope. Just walked away. It's another turret, another objective for GAM. They still get more gold, but EVS successfully slowed down this game.
In trouble. There's statues on the rift once again, but I think there's about to be one less cat. They try and find 𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀, but don't figure him out.
Time to play a good Bard game for 𝗧𝗏. After struggling so much against Flash, that he is finally back in form. He was one of our best Bard players, undefeated for like 80-90% of the split. He's finally finding his big engages again, and this might bring GAM to the 5th game for another chance to get to the finals and rematch against Flash.
Will we ever have a series that doesn't go to 5?
I don't mind it.
I don't either. We've had a lot of 5-game series in this playoffs, though. Wow. TH. I don't think he can pull off any miracle escapes this time. He's got 𝗧𝗏 on one side.
Oh, 𝗧𝗏 needs to be careful, though.
Right. There's the deadly flourish. Yeah, he might have had to be careful. This is going to take a little while, as 𝗚𝗎𝗎𝗏 doesn't do a huge amount of damage. Okay, we're going through everything. And on the other side of the map, 𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀 has been killed. That should open up the Baron for GAM.
Wait, how? How did they lose another member on the other side when so many people were chasing down TH? That is horrible. Oh, that might just be the end of the game here. What happened? 𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 just once again overextending mid lane. This has happened way too many times for Aphelios. And EVS, they need to find a way to stop this Baron.
Jhin is firing, as is Lucian. It's 2 for 𝗎𝗎𝗎𝗏. And that will really secure the Baron.
Yeah, look at Kiaya, the bodyguard here, waiting for 𝗁 to approach. 𝗁, no flash. The Baron already down to 3k. 𝗁 has given up, so that's Baron. That's a 10 kill lead for GAM. That is also 6k gold lead for GAM, so this is really their game to lose. They should be moving on to the 5th game, coming into that one, this time with the momentum advantage.
It's impressive stuff. This is, this series, it doesn't make a lot of sense here. It is just back and forth and forth and back. It's very hard to tell who will actually go into Game 5, because I think we're pretty likely to get a Game 5 now, feeling like they're the better team.
Absolutely. And they suffered the reverse sweep last week, and the 5th game looked a little bit tilted, especially in the early game. They came back afterwards. They actually found their footing in the Game 5 and almost came back against Flash. In the end, it was not enough, but especially the early game suffered from the tilt. I'm very interested to see if the same holds true for EVOS in the next game. So far, EVOS has actually looked like the better early game team in most of these games, or at least very even with GAM. But they need to find some adaptations, especially around mid lane. Zeros just can't die to DR1 the 1v1 if they want to win the series.
Well, that was a bold attempt, but wasn't really ever gonna happen. It felt a little bit last ditch, because you're right.
Absolutely, I agree.
If Zeros is dying to DR1 in the 1v1, you've probably lost the game. And yeah, Zeros is going to die 100% of the time to DR1.
And shout out to our analysts who asked for 𝗚𝗔𝗢𝗻 to finally change champions, to go to Jhin, because he doesn't have the honors of actually carrying the game if he's on Jhin. You can build team compositions around the ADC not being the most important member, in fact being kind of whatever and just contributing damage, and suddenly he shines. He's 4-0 right now, hasn't died a single time, which is something he has done so many times in the losses. So it really feels like GAM needs to put him. Go ahead.
Clip this. Yulwei's praising Jhin. Someone clip this. It doesn't happen often.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
true.
We'll move up to Soul Point as well.
So yeah, EVOS is not trying to contest anything. I think that's the wise decision. Try to get to as much gold as you can before the last stand, before the Hail Mary fight in your base most likely, or for Ocean Soul in 5 minutes. That's probably the best you can get. 5 more minutes to scale. Maybe 1 more item for Divkid, maybe 1 more item for TH, and maybe you find a Miracle Engage. Oh no, but no flash now.
Ooh, there's a Bard ult, Divkid. Yeah, how long does he last out of this one? Ooh, a little bit longer than I expected. Oh my god. What? He just got detonated. Oh, kaboom! And the stream goes boom, but only for a moment. TH trying to do everything he can. This Vladimir, it's got to be said, has not worked out. Never got to the hyper carry stage. Zeros puts up a valiant defense, but it will be a triple kill for 𝗚𝗔𝗢𝗻. 𝗚𝗔𝗢𝗻, always known as the carry player, the best player on GAM. He's been the one that gets them here. No. But he did get the triple kill, has had a very, very good game on this Jhin. They're just going to chase TH off for a moment, but we are going to game 5.
That we are most
bring
likely.
it back. Yeah, they're going to hit the
Finally. Maybe.
Yulwei,
Now.
There we go. The Nexus does go down, and we have a game 5 on our hands. EVOS versus GAM, the 2 scrappiest teams in the league. And we know that they will scrap till the end. It's a mud fight, and they're going to keep on getting dirtier.
Yeah, we ended the game with 18-4 in kills at 26 minutes. GAM really smashing all the mid-game fights. They finally won a Herald fight. That is going to be the most important objective, most likely. The first Herald fight decided at least 2 games in this whole series, so we are going to focus on that one quite a lot. And GAM, will they run it back with Zac, with more early game fighting power, more skirmishing power? Who knows? We're going to find out in just a few minutes.
That we will. And spam your B-woo-woos in chat, guys, because we're going to Silver Scrapes.
Games. Game 5. Whoever could have seen this coming? Not you guys, that's for sure. I did. I'm the best. I'm the Speary analyst. But yes, with that.
Okay, sorry, I was distracting myself for a second while some incomprehensible stuff was coming out.
But here we are. We have reached Game 5. Silver Scrapes has bled. It is down to one final game before one of these teams ends their season and the other goes on to play against Flash in that grand final. I'm very excited. And we saw a perfect composition from GAM, some might say.
Do you want to take
Krincy?
Krincy, you okay with that?
Krincy, you can take it.
No, I just think they should take it because of the so being the superior analyst means he has to take it away in this case.
I mean, I can if you want. It's just I can ramble on about that comp for hours. It's very good.
I think the important thing for me is that 𝗳𝗀𝗃𝗀 finally got punished for his over priority on 𝗚𝗏𝗺, and it's by just huge amounts of dive. Dive that you really can't block because Zach flies right over your front line, even though they didn't have the most stronger front lines that game anyway. Just gets right on top of the 𝗚𝗏𝗺. We saw that a number of times in some very important fights. He just could never escape the CC chain because as soon as Zach landed, then Jin would follow up. And then you also had a Bard ult. And you also had then the Lucian dashing forward. 𝗳𝗃𝗀𝗃 was not the same factor he has been in the other 3 games.
Absolutely
Yeah, he
was
certainly
not.
wasn't. And I really like the Zach pick. Because the Zach was kind of the bridge that fixed the issues that GAM had the other games. They had decent teamfight, but there was kind of something missing. And the Zach brought so much disruption into it that it was just not even close for EVOS to match the teamfight aggression that GAM brought to the table. And that is what ultimately was the issue here. And I also like the Dire 1 getting Lucian. This should not happen in the game 5, I think. And yeah, he's just way too comfortable as a champion and way too good. And there was no real answer by EVOS in this game.
No, we definitely saw that Jace was not worth giving DO1 his Lucian. That was an insane performance out of him. That said, we may in fact be giving the player of the game not to Dia, but to the big blobby gloopy man, as some might say. Zach, Levi, showing up massive in this game, and if he can carry on that goopy goodness, we will maybe get the rematch that was promised.
Yeah, it was really, really well played from, well, actually pretty much every member of GAM. It was a big step up in all departments from them. But yes, many green globs did fly into the face of poor old EVOS. They just couldn't peel him off their team. He was just absolutely stuck to them, like Blue, like 𝗱𝗺𝗺, like whatever. Massive initiation performance from him. And maybe that's the role he needs to take in game 5 if they want to win.
But on the other side, 𝗀𝗏 and 𝗳𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀, Krincy, they did not show up at all, did they?
Yeah, not this game at least. I mean, 𝗳𝗃𝗀𝗃, it feels kind of bad to trash talk him here because the other 3 games, he was the difference kid in the other way and absolutely bought difference 𝗬𝗏𝗏 on their side. And we were always struggling to find an answer for 𝗬𝗏𝗏. But the Jin, which some of our broadcast team hate to admit, has been a good answer this far for him. He was kind of the band that fixed it, brought enough utility to the table, and that enabled GAM to not fall behind in the bot lane and not get destroyed there. And this made it easier for them.
The thing which I would say is like, it's not Jin in isolation, it's Jin and Zach, because their target accessibility from like a full screen away is unrivaled, right? Zach actually does a lot of burst damage. If he lands on you with Elastic Slingshot, just blows his entire amount of cooldowns onto the backline. If Jin is there for the follow-up of W into 1 ult shot, it's probably enough to kill that carry. And that's what they did the entirety of this game. And yeah, it did hinge on the coordination, but GAM really made that work.
And now, as we are moving into the final draft of this series, perhaps the final draft of some of these players' season, we have to ask, do we see Zach again? Do we see this Jin? EVOS this time on the blue side. Bands looking the same so far. What do we want to see out of EVOS?
You got to ban away Lucian, I think. Just throw that out there.
Yeah, you got to ban the Lucian or pick the Lucian. But I'm not sure if they are confident in picking it for themselves. I'm not sure if they're solo lanes are comfortable, and I don't like bot lane Lucian in this current state because the solo lane is just set up better.
Yeah, I do think need to keep removing Set. I think 𝗬𝗢𝗢 has been a really big impact on Kennen when he doesn't have to be like aware of the showstopper, just drag him out the team fight. That was the big difference between game 4 and game 1 when they played similar-ish compositions, right? They just were doing that hard dive with that Kennen in the top lane. So Jace being banned away from EVOS, I do still want to see that Set away from GAM.
If they do ban away the Set, that means the Lucian's open. Set is available now. Do we see that first pick for EVOS?
It is.
Yes, we do.
It's huge.
There we go.
Genuinely huge. What does 𝗬𝗢𝗢 play now that can impact team
And I really don't
won't be denied by Set?
Why you ban the Lucian on GAM side, because they are the ones threatening them to trade like Set against Lucian and have their one popping off again there. They kind of shoot themselves in the foot there. But maybe they have another ace up the sleeve, so to say, and prove me wrong here. Maybe we finally see mages in the mid lane or in the bot lane. I like that 𝗃𝗏𝗺. And it actually is not
We
big.
finally
Okay.
get a
That's something completely
Syndra.
new. I like that.
Syndra and Jhin for full-on burst potential. Perhaps lacking consistent damage if EVOS continues to build their front line. Sorn, as we know, can play the Sejuani.
Can do. The thing is, Set doesn't really like being against control mages in mid lane, right? There's just too much. He doesn't really deal with that range kind of matchup with consistent damage well in lane. He can do well in team fights, but what this means is that if TH wants to bring that into the solo lane again, it's gonna get quite awkward. We got blank screens and we got a tech issue.
Uh-oh.
I think we do.
Be VCS without it.
VCS draft. It is a well-known phenomenon that
They
is
have
highly
Furthermore
recorded
active within Champ Select.
and very irritating. But alas, we're back. We're back. You get to look at us for a bit more. So we saw the first pick set. We can discuss what little draft we have seen and what we want to see from that. We saw set into presumably a Syndra Jhin.
Depends where they put it.
Depends where they put it. But just in terms of draft, EVOS has set Syndra Jhin on the other side. What do we want to see in response to that from the side of EVOS?
Okay, it's a good question. Question is if you want to still prioritize something like Nidalee for
Something
Sorn. He's
tanky.
continually gone back to that. Do we think that he's going to pull that out? He does have the setup of the set somewhere with that Facebreaker CC. It's a really hard question to ask because no one's really shown their hand yet.
Yeah. Well, yes. No, they really haven't. But so I guess at that point we could talk about instead what the amount of pressure that's going to be on these players, especially at the top side of the map. As we've said time and time again, never missed a finals for. Oh, never mind. Okay. We have a draft again.
Oh,
And we have we have gone
that
quite a
escalated
ways through
quickly.
it.
Right, there's stuff. What do you want to talk about?
So we have another blind pick Wukong, instantly countered by Malphite this time on the side by Kiaya. We see the Gragas as the jungle option for Sorn. So it's again a very large front line, and we're gonna round it out with Ash. What is going on?
Okay, Levi, is he played on left this split?
No.
Okay, right. A whole load of new stuff to talk about. Pantheon Walk coming out of B for the first time. That's Gragas jungle set mid. Yes, I'm just checking where they're throwing stuff around. So we do have that set versus control mage in the mid lane.
Just set in the Pantheon.
Right. Okay. So yeah, maybe that mid lane not going to go so well for TH this time. Because I know he did a really good job of disengaging Kiaya in game 1. Not going to be so easy versus Malphite.
Certainly not going to be quite the same. However, we have seen both comps very, very briefly. Krincy, what are your final thoughts on what little we have to show for ourselves so far?
What I don't like is the Wukong blind pick into instantly answered by the Malphite. This is very heavily GAM favored from what we've seen so far, I think. And the Jhin Syndra, the weakness is, as you said before, low DPS, so you kind of need something very tanky against it. And I think the sad Gragas Pantheon doesn't really cut it that much. In their fairness, the Pantheon shield can block a lot of stuff that the Pantheon can block a lot of stuff that Syndra and Jhin deal, but it's probably not enough in my opinion. But I think
For
that
me, it might be.
yeah.
So I don't think there's an easier combo for EasyLove, right? EasyLove was comboing really well off of Levi in that last game. He doesn't have that same, oh look, there's a Zac going in. That's very telegraphed.
There is a Malphite.
I think there is that Malphite, but that's not on the same low kind of cooldown where you can use it and use it more as a throwaway rather than committing loads of ults. I think I'm giving it, okay, I know it was a meme last game. I think I'm giving it to EVOS. So
EVOS, GAM on the side of Krincy. this is a split desk for our Game 5, and that's what we want to hear. I'm going to say I have no idea, but I'm going to go with my original prediction, I guess, which means GAM wins, and that's we are taking a little bit longer to hit the rift. So maybe I'm interested to see, can 𝗘𝗊𝗺 and B be that bully? But we've gotten the AOK, so we're going to throw over to the casters anyway.
It's all right, Vinny. We're here to help. It's all right. We're a team. We're here to make everyone look great. You guys had to fill a pause and a dwelling on a graphic, but this actually means we get to talk about the drafts a little bit.
Hey,
This is a weird GAM
it's a new
draft.
one.
I don't hate it, but it's
𝗚𝗏.
different. And
So
the Syndra.
Levi, we like our sentiment for after like 3 of the 4 games we've seen so far was like Levi has to go for a scaling DPS kind of champion, but then he showed us the 𝗓𝗏, and 𝗓𝗏 is really not that kind of champion. Can find a farm up well, but he's more for early game skirmishes, and the 𝗚𝗏 is as well. So I can see like a reasoning behind this. It's very surprising still. He's really not an 𝗚𝗏 player. And this 𝗚𝗏 is, where's he going to go? There's a little bit of sediment bot lane. Maybe that's an early target, but GAM ganking for bot lane in a game 5? I don't really see that happening. So
I think he invades. He should murder Gragas.
that's true. And he has strong lanes to give him a lot of pressure. Early on, Malphite doesn't really win against Wukong, so top side maybe not the greatest, but his mid lane should win for sure, and his bot lane should have early priority in most cases too, with double range. So maybe a bot side focused invade style of play from Levi. I love the 𝗀 Gragas. I think 𝗀 is an incredibly good team fighter, and his Gragas is immaculate. So I kind of favor EVOS's draft. I think they've put together a very comfortable composition for them. 𝗬𝗎 is insanely good on this Wukong. TH has shown us time and time again that he can neutralize lane with set, and I like 𝗘𝗊𝗺 Ashe. So even though I think scaling and counter wise, I think maybe GAM has the better comp here. Just looking at the players and what champions they like, I feel like EVOS has a good chance.
See, the thing is, if you just look at champion matchups, maybe there is a scaling advantage for GAM. But how do they deliver that damage? Which is something we can talk about, because obviously we are hanging on this screen. I think there must have been an issue getting into game, but that'll get fixed up in no time, I'm sure. No, keep it on the screen. It's cool. We can see the drafts. So, how do you kill 𝗘𝗊𝗺 in the late game? Because in the late game, I don't think an 𝗚𝗏 running at him is just enough.
Well, we have Malphite, and Malphite deals a surprising amount of damage. So Malphite 𝗚𝗏 together should be enough to kill 𝗘𝗊𝗺. 𝗘𝗊𝗺 showed us 2 games ago, though, that he can react to Malphite ultimates. He had the Flash Zhonya's. They actually won them the game in the mid lane. The 23-minute or 24-minute game for EVOS. He dodged that ultimate. So 𝗘𝗊𝗺 needs to be on top of his game. Last game was a little bit sus, but I feel like he should be able to dodge some of the Nymaera ults. And then if he does that, he can kill Nymaera, he can kill Levi, and no one else really has any follow-up into the backline. So, I mean, on the other hand, we still have DR1 Syndra, and we all know about DR1 Syndra. He won the award for best play last split. Was the Syndra stun chain of like 4 or 5, 6 stuns in succession that all landed. So we know he can absolutely take a game by storm and carry 1v9 on this champion. So also excited to see what he brings.
Yeah, I mean, it's also good to see DR1 back on a mage, something he hasn't been playing very much of. He played this Syndra so much last split, but has sort of chilled out, and we really are just sort of chilling here on this screen. So where else are you looking your way?
Bot lane, maybe. 𝗘𝗊𝗺 against 𝗚𝗏 again. Last game was the first one 𝗚𝗏 actually won. 𝗧𝗏 also looked much, much better. He's back to one of his comfort champs. Today I criticized him a little bit on Twitter for playing basically only 2 champions, right? The Thresh and the Bard. He's very good on both of these champions. He had a very good Bard game in the last one. So maybe now it's time for a very good Thresh game for him. So I think bot lane for GAM should be the one we all look at, because in the first 3 games, big advantage for the fourth game, actually advantage.
In the mid game, he's just you just press
W.
Also, apparently we are completely inaudible at the moment because of music. Is it fixed? Is it fixed? Okay, cool. Thanks, production. It's all right. I mean, 𝗚𝗏𝗡𝗀𝗻 is probably better than us desperately reaching for analysis here.
So instead of going for analysis, let's talk about some of the implications here, right? 𝗁𝗏's never missing a final before. He's now on the underdog team. He is still on match point, of course, even after losing game 4. 𝗁𝗏 does not want to lose against his former team that he missed the title with in spring, of course. He was the secondary top laner. He started the last few games in finals and wasn't able to bring the title home. On the other side, though, it's 𝗁𝗏, the king of the jungle, the most successful jungler in the VCS, not the most successful Vietnamese jungler, because there's SFM, of course, but 𝗁𝗏 does not want to miss the finals either, and it's on him this game to carry. So I'm very, very interested to see which of the 2 can come out on top, because those are the 2 veterans that are looking to repeat their title run.
Yeah, if we don't want to see any oof laugh out of him, where we've seen it before, you know. I can't remember who played it, where we had an Olaf go
Eagle, I believe.
6-1. Yeah, I think it was Eagle. He went 6-1 or something before 15 minutes, and then built tank and did literally nothing. He had all of his team's gold and may as well have dropped it down the drain. It was pretty pathetic.
Well, the Olaf is just very surprising. I still haven't wrapped my head around this Olaf pick. Maybe it's just going to be a 20-minute stomp from GAM and we just leave this series absolutely awestruck.
Around that again. Come on, Spoods.
What is going on?
Go ahead.
I didn't understand.
Go ahead. Apparently we got drowned out by 𝗚𝗏𝗡𝗀𝗍 again. Can we just, maybe we'll just sing it? Like, boo, boo, boo.
Well, do we want to cut to a pause or to our analysts? Because, yeah, there seems to be a little bit of an issue heading into game 5. We're stuck on casters right now. What do you think?
Yeah, I think if we cut to a little bit of a pause, we've analyzed the drafts to death. But yeah, once production's ready, while we fill time, did you get my DM your way?
Did I get
exciting
the
news? They're porting Mario 64 to Switch.
Oh yeah, I saw that in the the actual chat. That's
I know.
nice,
I said it. I said it in like 3 places because I'm very excited. Yeah. Okay. Cool. We are ready. Oh no! Ah, timing.
Never mind.
There we go. Never mind.
Here we are.
We've got the
game 5. Let's get hyped again because we had a little bit of a pause, of course. But that is 𝗁𝗏 Olaf to carry the 5th game to get GAM to the finals for a rematch against Flash, waiting in the finals, and for the big chance to actually win the title, especially for DR1. He carried the last game on the Lucian. He wants to finally get the title after getting 2 MVP titles back to back. Still no crown for him. There's no VCS title, so he really wants to make this work, and he is on one of the hardest carries in the mid lane with Syndra, and we have seen him carry games. So all eyes on DR1 𝗁𝗏 for me.
Yeah, that's definitely where I'm watching. So something I want to just touch base with, we do have the mid lane set with fleet footwork.
Yeah, that's not too unusual. Against ranged matchups, it gives you more sustain, it gives you more safety.
It's no fun though, right? Because you really like phase rush. But there is an invade. Speaking of fun, Sorn sees the ward go down. The volley really gets them out of here.
TH?
TH goes in for the biggest face breaker he could go. Oh, but he takes a lot of damage, has to have the heal come out. That's a good orb there by 𝗬𝗏, and it looks so good for 𝗚𝗏, but it just turns out that apparently GAM has the better level 1 Div Kid on the run. He's trying to slow them, but that's 𝗬𝗏 Syndra with a kill in this first little invade.
And we LPL finals now. That is one level 1 4-member clash in the bot side jungle. GAM come out ahead with the early kill. Not even sure who got the kill in the end. Easy left maybe? Oh, DRA. Oh, that's even better. And Levi gets the steal, so that's a perfect start. TH had to blow flash. There's no flash whatsoever on EVOS. And 1 flash still remaining on 𝗬𝗏, so huge advantage.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, top laners didn't participate, so top laners just looked at the rest of the map and were like, what is going on? Can we please not?
Ooh, 𝗁 didn't get the flash E. He missed.
I think there was a little bit of mistiming between TH and 𝗁's CC there. A little bit too early from 𝗁. I think if he waits a split second later, he can get the three-man stun there. Then they definitely win the fight. Double 3-man CC. Instead, he misses completely, which means that's 1 spell, level 1, not hitting. And that's, I mean, every champ only has 1 spell on level 1. So that's huge. Big misplay from 𝗁. And the lead for 𝗬𝗏 in an already hard matchup for TH.
Oh, and that's got to feel terrible. 𝗬𝗏 just walked up and scattered the weak him back as he was about to last hit the cannon minion. Just, nope, no gold for you. Get out of here. But 𝗁 having a gander up towards the top side. 𝗳𝗏 doesn't want this gank. Not with all those minions there.
Yeah, it's quite a risky gank to take. 𝗁 probably should have just settled for the ward. Now he's still first on this Rift Herald and the 𝗂𝗏 on the other side of the map. It seems like he does not want to risk going for this 𝗬𝗏𝗀 right now. Re-engaging as 𝗬𝗏 shows in mid lane. So barely able to get the 𝗬𝗏𝗀, double solo lane pressure, even from the early game Malphite. So it's all going wrong for EVOS in this early game.
It is.
Oh, no, the 𝗬𝗏𝗀 is trolling him. What is happening?
𝗬𝗏𝗀 is just out here racing.
What was that?
What was that? The speed crab. What the hell?
Well, look at 𝗁. We talk about 𝗂𝗏 as the main sinner of the game, but right now 𝗁 is sinning out of his mind. What is he doing all the time in this top lane? Hello, 𝗁? Can you please start your recall? Kia is like, please, let me have some CS.
Oh, there it is. He hits the belly bop. 𝗳𝗏 gets in range to whack him once and lose the trade. Cool.
It's so much time wasted. I'm honestly very surprised Levi didn't go for a deeper invade here on the bot side and didn't go for the Crux. Instead, he's now power farming his own jungle, but he's already ahead by 15 CS, soon to be 20 when he completes the Raptors, which does not take long on 𝗂𝗏. So that's a huge lead for Levi, basically fabricated by 𝗁 alone. So Levi getting a lot of help from the enemy jungler. He now has to make it work, of course. 𝗂𝗏, we all know, he's not going to do much in the late game, so he needs to get this early lead into, or needs to convert this early lead into some early kills and objectives.
That they do. 𝗬𝗏 going for a roam down, helping Slay get vision control on the bot side river. It's an Infernal Drake up. And where do these teams want to fight? Is it the first Rift Herald as always? Or are EVOS going to wait? Most likely.
So I thought GAM would play a little bit more on the bot side, but maybe I overestimated GAM's ability to look at the map and actually spot the bot lane, because that's not something that I like to do. 𝗂𝗏 is now heading back towards his own jungle. I think solo Baron is Baron would be. Baron would be nice.
5.5 minute Baron.
So solo dragon, I think, is something 𝗂𝗏 can do very easily here. He has pressure in all 3 lanes. He has a nice deep pink ward. Instead, he wants to go for an invade. Is spotted though. What's going to happen there? Observers, please.
It's a very dangerous fight back. I almost think you just have to give this up. 𝗎𝗏 is going to be who we watch now as Slay. Yeah, I know, but we've got to watch this one first because it's what's on screen. 𝗎𝗏 does go down, but we need to go back to the other side as 𝗁 paid the price of that Thresh roam.
So this is something we have to, we kind of have to flame GAM for this one, because the roam is nice and all, but you really can't leave 𝗚𝗔𝗢𝗻 alone in lane this much. This is not on 𝗚𝗔𝗢𝗻, to be honest. This needs to be communicated better between all the players. And Slayy going for this play, yeah, it's very nice, he gets the kill there, but he also just kills his own ADC for no reason. And he could have just waited a little bit longer, let 𝗚𝗔𝗢𝗻 walk to his turret safely, and then go for the invade. You would still be in time. Oh no.
Oh no, there's an angry Viking. Oh, that's a nice hook into the deadly flourish, and it certainly was deadly. Ooh, Slayy going low, but B can't quite finish him off.
No spear for B to finish Slayy, and that's another kill for the big 𝗚𝗏. 𝗚𝗏 2-0-1, 50 CS at 7 minutes. An early dragon as well. He's level 6 already. He is keeping up with all the solo laners. 1 level ahead of Son right now. Should be 2 soon, so... That is one scary 𝗚𝗏, and we expected him to accelerate the early game, and so far, he's definitely doing that.
He has absolutely done just that. This is getting a little bit scary. We were kind of talking about how this 𝗚𝗏 is a strange pickup for Levi. Still is. But he's just played it like a power farmer. That's pretty normal for him, I guess.
Yeah.
And picking up kills along the way... It's all looking pretty sunshine and daisies here for GAM.
And Son is in a really bad spot right now. It's not like Gragas scales super badly, but he kind of needs a little bit of early golds to be a big champion. Oh, this might be an opportunity.
But the scat of the week was too good. The Cyclone was completely denied. D1. This is why we think he's good at Syndra. 𝗁𝗏 uses the clone, but has to blow the flash as well. Levi ain't
That's
stopped.
2 ultimates from both of the solo laners. Oh, this would have... Oh my god. I think Son could have rage quit if he missed this buff.
I think we would have instantly gone to a pause because someone would have just put a fist through his monitor. Oh, he might do it anyway. Oh, the flash to deny the belly slam. Levi styling on kids.
Levi is one big scary Viking, no AD whatsoever, but he still deals so much damage. The extra AD from the ultimate, of course. He's not actually going for the invade on Agatha or Bertha, which of the two? I always forget. The Gromp, of course.
Gromp.
So instead now going for another objective. Slayy has abandoned 𝗚𝗔𝗢𝗻 completely.
𝗂𝗢𝗢 slapping nerds.
He still has ultimate.
Yeah, but B's here gets stunned. I think you just ult 𝗁𝗏. You just kill him. Yeah,
no
there
way,
it is.
though.
Just pull the nerd. Wow. Like, just shit on the kid. Excuse my French.
Please. D1 arrives too, and we have the second round.
TH is the next target. Ooh, Slayy going low. Doesn't use the stopwatch. Breaks the tower aggro. D1 taking for now, and picks up the kill.
What is happening to EVOS? They're falling apart. This was so many free kills. Slayy is on top side all the time. He hasn't been to bot lane in like 3-4 minutes. 𝗚𝗏 just casually farming the wave. Is still even in CS. And look at this gold lead. GAM back to early game dominance. Now with the turret up to almost 5k at 10 minutes. Running away with this game. And EVOS, every single thing they've done so far has backfired horribly.
I mean, you gotta respect EVOS for taking this to 5, but it looks like they just did not have the mental to actually play 5 against GAM. And to be fair enough. It must be so mentally taxing to play against GAM, even when you win. They just keep throwing things at you, and you've just got to constantly react. You never get a break. Look at Levi in this play. This is so good.
Oh, Slayy also anticipating the step back into this one. Nicely done, good flash. But Slayy also setting this up perfectly. I talked about him maybe recovering in after Champion Select after a very good Bard game. And Thresh is the other champion he's known for. This is once again a very good Thresh game. Gets the Lantern in. They do not miss a beat here. Levi just casually soloing the Herald into another dive. 𝗁𝗏 dies for no reason. He should know that he's in lethal range for 𝗂𝗏 to just burst him down. Then it's another one arriving. TH, I'm not sure what he's doing here. Thought he can live through this, but that's 4 members, TH. Hello?
Yeah, they were always
I'm not sure why you thought he could live.
They were always just going to kite it out, you know?
Yeah, I think we saw EVOS just chasing the loss, just doubling down on the loss on a very bad play and giving up more and more kills. I think if you cut this play after 1 kill, you could have gotten away with maybe only a 2k deficit. Instead, you're now 5k behind, and the game looks so impossible to win now.
It really does. And I mean, where do you even start as EVOS? I mean, you've got the saving grace that Levi's going tank, I guess. If he'd gone warrior, you'd probably just lose.
Well, Eva is so tanky though. He can
outscale?
actually tower dive for ages now with all the HP he has. And he's still quite strong with the Conqueror stacking up AD with the early Phage. Should be moving into an early Black Cleaver too. So this Viking is still super strong. Two early dragons, and what rift are we on? Seems like Ocean Soul, so that's a nice rift as well. Perfect dragon contribution for GAM. So it all is pointing GAM's way. I think EOS needs to find a miracle play here.
Yeah, and 𝗳𝗏 is a little bit caught out, has the clone, but I don't even, what even CC'd him there? I'm not even sure. Oh, it was a deadly flourish, easy love. That was fantastic.
Slay finds another. Everything hits from GAM. All the skill shots are on targets. Heat-seeking grabs. Everything else scattered the weak seems to land for 𝗃1. So GAM is playing or firing on all cylinders. They are so strong right now. They can feel the victory already. They can feel the rematch against Flash. And EOS just needs one play to break the momentum. One tiny thing.
𝗃𝗢, okay. He gets out a little bit overdone there. Slay has gone down. But yeah, I feel like I agree with you. They can feel the rhythm. They can feel the rhyme. Watch out, EVOS. It's GAM time. Because I think it's definitely GAM o'clock. As they are popping off. It is good there. We did see DivKid get one back. And look, he's gone Essence Raver your way. You got to be proud of that.
That's a lot of agency for the Ashe. Oh no, the cannon. That's a lot of ultimates possible. That's a nice catch on Slay. Slay has been roaming around the map and just wanted some experience for once. Now he gets caught. DivKid flashed for that. So DivKid another good target for the next play, maybe from 𝗃𝗢. Flash ult available. Levi can run him down too. Levi, who by the way is still on the same level as the solo laners.
Needs to be careful. Does get away though. A little bit more damage, and 𝗃1 might have let it rip.
Did the stream just stop for a second there for you too?
Just for a second, yeah. Just
Okay, good. Just making sure. So right now we're kind of waiting for the next point of action. GAM, they have thrown some games with over-aggressive dives, so I actually like that they have restrained themselves a little bit more. This mid-game have shown a little bit of discipline to not overdive, to not throw away this very important game 5 like they did, especially in Spring Finals, where they actually were close to the title and then lost the Spring Finals from like 5-6k gold ahead. Still possible here. They are playing a very crisp game so far.
TH, he's walked the wrong way. He came into Slay's neighborhood, but the boss can apparently cross whatever tracks he likes.
He can.
He'll go do some setup. He'll go do some sit-ups.
So on, looking for his big moment in this final game.
Oh, the Ashe. Oh, it's on 𝗃𝗢. That's huge. He gets knocked away with the party barrel. This could be the turnaround. Levi's the next target, but he is so tanky. But he goes low. The Cyclone comes out onto easy love, but 𝗳𝗏 has the Viking in his sights, but can't get close.
It's a big shutdown.
No, not quite. There's a lantern to get him fully out. 𝗃𝗢 busses his way into the back. 𝗳𝗏 is dead. TH trades one back. 𝗁 got the kill. It's going to be the set going down, and in the end, the 3 for 2 in the favor of EVOS.
So EVOS actually finds some good kills, but the problem is the shutdowns went completely the wrong way. One went over to 𝗁, one went over to B. That's a little bit of a clash in the bot lane.
Extension of the play. 𝗃𝗢 is 3 levels above both of them, but with no health bar. I think B will claim that kill. But on the other side, 𝗃1 someone.
And that's another kill to the support, while GAM collects another kill for 𝗃1. So all the kills, a little bit of kill parity, I guess, in this fight, but it's really not the same value when it comes to where the gold goes, because now DR1 is up to a 4-1 start, another 4-1 for Levi, so the big carries are hitting their power spike much earlier. On the other side, the big shutdowns went to B and so on, so that's not where you wanted the shutdowns to go. Imagine if 𝗘𝗊𝗺 or maybe even 𝗧𝗏 got one or even both of the shutdowns. Would be so much better for EVOS. That would be a trinity for 𝗧𝗏. That would be another item for 𝗘𝗊𝗺, of course. Very nice initiation. Very good combo for 𝗁. Look at this. Perfectly played. Very nice Gragas comboing here.
Imagine if Levi isn't Giga fed there.
Yeah. He dies instantly.
Yeah.
He still dies in the end.
Fight. No, he doesn't. He gets landed out. He doesn't die.
I think he still dies.
Oh, yeah, I'm wrong. I'm lying.
Yeah.
I'm totally lying.
Yeah, he ran back in. He could have saved his shutdown, but instead he gave it over to 𝗁, which is nice, because he has stolen everything in 𝗁's jungle. So a little bit of gold back to 𝗁 is definitely a nice move from Levi, but it's not going to really impact the game too much. And that's another dragon.
I feel like that's sort of like he robbed your house and left you the carton of milk, but didn't leave you the fridge. So it'd be useless.
Yeah,
they go
kind
up,
of feels that way.
GAM moves up to Ocean Soul point. If they get Ocean Soul, Levi never dies. I don't think EVOS can afford to give that away. So they have about 5 minutes to get in the best possible position to contend with GAM, and taking down a tower in the top lane is a good start.
But looking at the items right now, they are starving for resources. They can't get to any completed items. Maybe 5 more minutes will actually mean one completed item for all their main carries, all their laners, because right now 𝗘𝗊𝗺 is sitting on his first item, fair enough. He needs at least one more to really carry team fights. 𝗧𝗏 hasn't even completed his Trinity Force yet, and there's not even the sign of the first item for TH, so oh, there it is, now completed. So we are still waiting for 𝗧𝗏's Trinity Force. We really need that one for the big next team fight. Should also have his completed boots, and then maybe we have a last stand that can turn around this game.
We'll find out for sure. But a last stand, it would really they'd all have to channel B, because it would truly be holding the pass at Thermopylae if they were managed defending off this rampaging horde. Ridiculously impressive. They deserve a movie. They deserve a better movie than anything Zack Snyder's ever made.
Well, maybe. It's 3 minutes and 16 seconds out. Maybe GAM wants to go for another play to actually threaten something like potentially even a 20-minute Baron. Not sure if that's advisable, but they have a very strong top laner right now who can tank forever. They have a follow-up jungler who brings a lot of damage, and then 2 backline carries who are also hitting their 1-2 item power spikes already. So I think GAM could try to fish for another play and maybe get an even bigger gold advantage for the all-important Ocean Soul fight.
Yeah. The Ocean Soul, Ocean Soul is often game-ending. It is a very, very powerful buff. It has been all of Season 10. In this particular composition, you could FF. You could FF a Game 5 of the series that puts you in the final if GAM gets Ocean Soul.
It's especially strong if it's the 4-0 Dragon Snowball. I think Ocean Soul is far the strongest mid-game Soul. I think late game sometimes there are situations where Ocean Soul gets kind of outscaled by Infernal Soul, but this early Ocean Soul is almost unfightable, especially if the enemy has some strong tanks, because it's just impossible to kill Kiaya and Levi after Ocean Soul. So it's getting closer and closer. One item now finally completed for 𝗧𝗏. He's building towards the Titanic Hydra next, so foregoing his boots. Not very quick, but he doesn't have to be quick. He just has to land the big knockup with the flash available next team fight. All eyes on 𝗧𝗏.
Well, perhaps 𝗧𝗏 can revert to the way of the monkey and just say, well, me want Cyclone, me get Cyclone. Have to find out. You don't need movement speed if you come in from a flank, after all. But this is still
Yulwei, I'm struggling to see how EVS does this.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to the all-deciding fight in 1 minute. No vision control whatsoever for EVS, even close to the Dragon Pit. So it's going to be a blind contest into all the strong champions on the other side for GAM. So the chances of them winning the fight are very low. It's the last stand, so we might just end the series in 5 minutes time. But right now, we don't know what's going to happen. So never know. Maybe 𝗚𝗏𝗏 gets caught, maybe 𝗚1 misplaced something, and we actually get back into a more even position. But all the trumps are on GAM's side.
All the trumps?
Whatever.
Trump cards.
Trump cards, yeah.
I mean, I'm not stopping there. I mean, look, perhaps EVOS's entire season could come full circle. They lost a game from 10,000 gold ahead. Perhaps they will finally evolve into their final form and win a game from 10,000 gold behind. The duality of EVOS. So
they're only 5k behind, so maybe a little bit better.
Now, it's only 22 minutes.
True. 2 items now completed for 𝗏𝗀𝗃 actually, so he might be able to get a lot. Oh, Levi has to ult.
Ooh, yeah, Levi is zooming on forward. Oh, TH wants to make a play out of it. There it is. Grabs Levi right after the ult ends. He has to flash. 𝗁𝗏 in the back line. He got the big knock up Yulwei. Got exhausted, but he gets on top of 𝗚1, who now has to flash as well. The curtain gets called, but the shots really will just whistle by heads.
That's a lot of low HP bars for GAM. Can they still
And for
fight for the
EVOS,
dragon? EVOS has... Their main members for EVOS
Teleport.
are quite healthy still. 𝗁𝗏 trying to get back in. 𝗚1!
He doesn't finish off 𝗚𝗏𝗃. That's massive. They get B, though. That's probably enough. 𝗁𝗏's backing away. This is 𝗚𝗏𝗃 for GAM.
As 𝗚𝗏𝗃 Swan doesn't even try to steal it. He had Flash and Smite available. Of course, he's levels down to 𝗁𝗏, and 𝗁𝗏 also has the true damage combo, but still, can you really make this decision after just one kill to give up the Ocean Soul? 23 minutes, that's insanely strong. How are you ever going to deal with 𝗂𝗏𝗃 and Levi now? The attempt was actually quite nicely done, orchestrated from EVOS. Very good engagement on Levi. The arrow hit him when his ult actually already wore off. They almost got the kill on Levi.
But this could be a big turnaround. With Sworn arriving, it should be fairly easy. The blast cone positions him awkwardly. Slay's actually going to pay for the sins of his jungler. Now they could
Levi
get a
for
second
Baron
as well. Ragnarok. B puts up the Aegis, doing what he can. He can just kind of kite away and try and get Ocean Soul healing. Because look at the mid lane. Look how long
he's not losing HP.
He finally dies, but a tower went down in mid.
So I think EVOS has to gamble for Baron. They have to get something back here. They got 2 kills. Enemy jungler is dead. I think they have to go for Baron. They are pinging the objective, but they're still 𝗚1 level 14. We have seen so many Syndra steals. She could just steal away this Baron and end all hopes and dreams of EVOS.
Exactly. You're playing Russian roulette, you may as well spin the barrel.
Oof.
And 𝗚𝗏𝗃 has come out on the wrong side of the gun. It's a double kill for 𝗚1. 𝗁𝗏 tries to get back there, but the stopwatch says no. 𝗚1 absolutely smurfing this fight, and it's going to be EVOS cleaned out of the rift. Now GAM will take priority at the Baron. And EVOS, it was a valiant effort, but no one keeps GAM out of a final.
In the end, we are going to get the final we all thought we would get. EVOS put up a much bigger fight than we all expected. And the game's technically not over, I guess. I think the game is more than over. If you look at Ocean Soul and a 10k gold lead and at Baron secured, I don't really see any future where EVOS can win this game. Maybe they can surprise me. Maybe 𝗚𝗏𝗃 shows up more than he ever did before. But of course, taking Baron against 𝗂𝗏𝗃 on Malphite and 𝗚1 with all his OE damage. They had to go for it. They just had to go for it. But I think the positioning wasn't quite in their favor. I think 𝗚𝗏𝗃 needed to stand as far away from 𝗂𝗏𝗃 as possible to not get hit first. And in the end, GAM have a very easy time cleaning this team fight and getting the Baron, even though the Baron took ages. With the Ocean Soul, Baron is a very easy objective to take.
Yeah, look, people will look back at that decision from 𝗚𝗎𝗺 and say, oh, that was so stupid, that was so stupid. You are sinking in the quicksand. You got to grab whatever damn rope is thrown. If it ends up being too short, you still had to grab it. Like,
Yeah, I think if you
no choice.
Yeah, I think if you go back to your base reset and wait for the enemy jungler to respawn, GAM is just going to get Baron all the time. 5v5 you can't win. You just got 2 lucky picks. You actually got the pick on the enemy jungler who's a lot of their gold. I think you have to go for Baron. In the end, it didn't work out for them, but they tried, and now they are in the very, very sad position to watch their base slowly get torn apart.
Yeah, they are, and I mean, I guess you don't say it's over until the fat lady sings, but this is as close as it can get. You gotta praise 𝗚𝗎𝗺, honestly. Like, watching them lose is not fun for them and not for their fans, but you came in as the 5th seed after a pretty average split. You nearly made it. You were 1 game away. That's impressive.
And after not being able to take
your head high.
Yeah, after not being able to take a single game off GAM or Flash in the whole of the second half of the split, and not winning a single series against either of those teams, they were the closest team. Better than the Cerberus, who took games of both. Better than Team Secret, who took games of both. So, in the end, EVOS actually scaled up to be the 3rd best team. I think we can say that with confidence now, but not quite enough to beat GAM today.
No, not quite. As GAM will rip apart the Tiger's Den. Levi leading the way in, Kiaya at his flank. As this in him finally falls, the minions pour on forward, and I think GAM want to get this over with. This could be the last stand of 𝗚𝗎𝗺. There it is. TH follows up on the Ash Arrow. Oh, but it's just a massacre. Turn the stream off. We can't show this. Are they going to get anything back? Not even close. The health bars. Ooh, Levi, a little bit spicy there. And GAM are just going to pad the stats even as they're going to finally take down the tower. Dia1 just goes back to base. Okay, he's teleporting. He might have had a bit of fun with his items. We'll never know. But what we do know is that GAM book their spot in the final. If the tragedy hadn't struck, that would be them going to Worlds as well. Unfortunately, not this year, but still. At the very least, they got 2nd in the league.
And
Very
they gave Flash a lot to think about, especially with this last draft. Levi never played Olaf the whole split, and suddenly he goes out there, 5th game, it's do or die, it's back against the wall. They just came back in game 4 with a very, very comfortable composition, and he locks in Olaf out of nowhere and runs away with the game. So, do they now have to account for the Olaf 2 in the final? Is Olaf actually something that could be a priority here between Ego and Levi in the final, or was this just a one-off against 𝗚𝗎𝗺? Who knows? GAM once again showing us that they can, in the end, just play what they want, because they are mechanically the best team most of the time. So they get back to the final and can actually challenge Flash for the title once again. It's Spring Finals rematch.
That they will. And this is going to be it from the casting team. Thank you, as always, for being here with me, Yulwei. And thank you to everyone watching. We hope you enjoyed the games, but we'll now give you over to our analyst desk to set up the finals and also tell us how this series made us all feel. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Everyday. And we have to say condolences to 𝗚𝗎𝗺. They fought so very hard at the final hurdle, but it just wasn't enough. But we will get the rematch that was promised, the finals we asked for. The rivalry continues. But before that, we have to go through this game, this series. Krincy, take it away. What happened in this game? Brief overview.
So Levi really wanted to win this game, I think. Yulwei kind of hit up a little bit on that as well. He has never played all of this split, then he just brings it out in the game 5 and absolutely demolishes the opposition there. But it was kind of, I think it was 𝗀's fault that he wasted so much time in the top lane there and didn't really get anything going. Meanwhile, Levi on the other side of the map was doubling him in CS, and the next skirmishes, it kind of showed. And at this top lane dive there with the Herald play, everyone from GAM was kind of destroying their opposition there, and they kind of went away with the game. There were some hiccups there, here and there, where Levi wasted his flash, wasted his ultimate. He gave one shutdown, which was ironically to 𝗀𝗏, but it didn't end up mattering. And with that 𝗚𝗏𝗀𝗀, there was really no stopping GAM.
Yeah, and Nymaera, we have to look at EVOS, and I mean, we did look at EVOS and said 𝗀𝗏 fell behind early, but there was massive step-ups from everyone across GAM, and the bot lane in particular, carrying on that excellent performance from Game 4.
For sure. I mean, if we want to focus on the GAM side of that first, because we ended up with that, I guess. Yeah, the bot lane were liabilities in the first couple of games. It was 𝗃𝗀𝗺 being the diff kid. This guy was just bailing out his team and becoming the prime focus. That was not so easy in the last couple of games, and part of the reason for that was because we had the Jhin utility picking out of 𝗃𝗏𝗏. It doesn't bring the most damage, but honestly, he wasn't doing much damage on Caitlyn anyway. At least he's bringing out deadly flourishes, and he was bringing them out at very important points. He's roaming up to mid, landing the CC there, and then 𝗏 had a decent game too. It got down to the point where, yeah, EVOS were completely up against the wall, and when you're in that kind of position, you do make some odd decisions. 𝗀𝗏 probably made a few more of those odd decisions than he had any right to this game, and it's going to look bad, and he'll feel bad about it, but oh my word, what an entertaining series. Still appreciated it.
Yes, absolutely. But for the pure jungle diff, we are giving the player of this game to Levi, but player of the series will instead go over to Dia1 in the mid lane. The MVP showing up finally after a pretty abysmal showing against Flash. Maybe this is what we want to see from him. We want this one in the finals, because if we can get this Dia, oh boy.
Yeah, I think game one of the big things we saw, well, and one thing we called out immediately, and then in the post game after they lost, one thing we said was, where's the Dia diff? This is what happened against Flash. You put him on Pantheon, and suddenly he's not carrying the mid to late game team fights. Put him on Syndra, looks a lot better for him. As you saw around that _Soul fight, he just trashed 2 different people, killed one, left 𝗃𝗀𝗺 alive with less than 100 HP. He was just wrangling these late game fights, and that wasn't even his best game this series.
Absolutely was not. Krincy, take us through Dia. Take us through how much he was able to bail out GAM this.
How broken is Dia 1?
Yeah, how broken is Dia 1? He actually is so broken, he deserves his own Danik tweet. He did in the last 2 games there. The Lucian is insta-banned against him, and he showed why that is the case. And even with the Syndra game, we were pretty much always talking about Levi popping off there, but to be honest, Dia 1 was kind of the unsung hero there, because there were some fights where he just straight up bailed GAM out. He got some solo kills onto 𝗃𝗀𝗺, I think it was twice, and once at the 𝗚𝗏𝗀𝗀 fight where he just scattered the weak behind them. 𝗃𝗀𝗺 survived with like 10 HP, and VJ just straight up died there, and then the 𝗀𝗏 was not contestable for EVOS, and thus the game wasn't contestable for them either way. And at the 3v5 at the Baron, where Levi and 𝗏 kind of entered it a little bit, he also bailed them out once more, and he was just always up to the task in these skirmishes, and this is what made the difference today.
He was a very instrumental piece, but we have to say that is all from us tonight. Thank you, Krincy. Thank you, Nymaera, for coming on tonight. And we have our matchup for the grand finals on Saturday. Thank you to all who are watching, and we hope to see you then. Until then, have a good night from all of us, and maybe check out some of the links down below. But that will be all from us. Good night.